Just down the street.
We're starting the broadcast. Thank you, everyone, for attending Fitchburg Planning Board meeting, Tuesday, June 28th, 2022.
Recording in progress.
Paul was very nice enough to prepare an opening statement. All meetings of the Fitchburg Planning Board are open to the public. This does not mean that the public participates in all aspects of the meeting. It simply means that the meeting itself, including all discussions and votes, is open for public view. If you wish to address the board regarding a public hearing, please raise your hand and the board will acknowledge you at the appropriate time during the hearing. The board will also monitor any participants that are attending virtually for questions at the appropriate time. Virtual attendees are asked to use the raise hand function to be acknowledged. 1, state your name and address. 2, approach the center table and either stand or sit. This allows you to be seen and heard clearly by everyone in attendance. 3, the planning board requests that comments be limited to no more than 5 minutes in the interest of time. Please also be advised that FATV is conducting audio and video recording of this meeting for public broadcast, and I ask that anyone in the audience who is recording this meeting to please identify themselves for the record now by stating their name and address. All right. Hearing none and calling the meeting to order, we are off to our first agenda item, which is approval not required plans. I think for which we have one.
Do you want me to pull it up?
Yes, please.
Do you want to call a roll? Because we have virtual people, so
Oh, well, who's in?
Attendance.
who's members are here.
All right.
Probably a good habit to get into.
Yes, and I'm thinking roll call here. We have Alex virtual. We have Alin virtual. We have Amanda, present here. Peter,
Present.
Paul,
Present.
Paula, myself. We have Tracy
Present.
and Laura. Present. Thank you.
Okay, let me just pull this up. Bear with me for 1 second.
We have a full board tonight.
All right. Okay. All right. So here is your first A&R, Paula.
All right. This is for, is it 90 Lunenburg Street?
Yeah, 80, what number is it? 83?
93.
Oh, 93? Yep, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, board members. My name is Seth Donahoe. I'm with Dillis and Roy Civil Design Group, and as you mentioned, we've prepared an A&R plan for 93 Lunenburg Street. It's parcel ID 4590, located on the southerly side of Lunenburg Street, right between Wilmot and Lawrence Street. The site totals 16,358 square feet, has a total of 282 feet of frontage, and it's located in the NB zone. On the bottom right corner of the plan we prepared, we have a zoning summary table for you. The NB zone does not have any frontage or area requirements. So what we are proposing is Lot 1, which contains the existing buildings. That is 8,858 square feet of area and approximately 207 total feet of frontage, with 104 feet of that on Lunenburg Street and 103 feet of that on Wilmot Street. And Lot 2, which is to the rear of it, that is a 7,500 square foot lot with 75 feet of frontage. So I believe it meets the requirements for an A&R plan. I'd be happy to address any questions that the board has.
There's no side or rear setbacks in that district, right?
There are not.
Yeah, okay. That was it. That's all I have.
No, so it meets the frontage requirements for the district. There's accessibility to the buildable portion of the lot. Does any board members have any questions regarding this? Right?
Oops, sorry.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to authorize Mike to sign the A&R.
Well, I guess actually, since we're all here, we can.
Yeah, it's just
You
clean.
could.
It's just easier. I don't care. We could sign it if you want, but
Oh, come on, get used to signing
Get
again.
used to signing
Come on, the
things.
magic pen is over there, I think.
all right, that's fine.
All right.
We could just sign it then. I don't need to make a motion. I'll sign it first.
Yeah, we'll make a motion
you sign it
to approve the A&R.
Well, we don't have to. Signatures will do it.
That's it. We're all good.
Have a great evening.
So-
If you
so
want to
it's-
take the Mylar, right? You have a Mylar there?
Yeah.
You can take it with you once, if you wait 1 second, we'll sign it.
Yeah.
Paul, why
Happy
don't you
to.
sign it
If
first?
the board has other things, I can certainly pick it up at Mike's office later.
Yes. Appreciate that. You want to do it? You said what would be better? We can
Yeah, we
sign
just
it.
can't forget to sign it if
Just-
we're going
We
to
can
do
just
that.
sign it, it's fine.
All right.
So now or later?
See, everyone just sign it. Back to the magic pen business. Is it just the Mylar or the first copy?
First one too, Paul. Because we need one
been a while,
we need one
so-
for our file.
We're also accommodating. What? Everybody's like, whatever's easiest, whatever's easiest.
Can't get it right. You just need 4, however many people can sign it.
Laura or Peter, just one more? Thank you. See, back to being official. There we go, all set. Do you keep in one? Just give it to Mike, because I think he does keep one. I'll let you. So, CHC is next. Under the next segment, we have minor site plans and special permit modifications and/or extensions. The first item we have is for Community Health Connections for improvements to Japanos Drive and 2 intersections.
And let me just zoom in on this a little bit, because it's very hard to see. Nick, you're listed as a panelist, so you feel free to speak, especially with this one. I know you and Paula met on site, so between the two of you, you know more than most. There's no applicant, right, Mike? No one from CHC is
From
here, right?
CHC? No,
Okay.
unless you see
I just
the
want
name.
to, I didn't want to ignore someone if they were.
You know the names, if you see the panelists? Oh, John DeMalia.
I see the panelist names, yeah. I don't know who would be here, though.
Jeff Angers or John DeMalia.
Nope. I do have a phone number that's untethered, doesn't have a name to it, but anyway. If someone's here for them, either in the audience or virtually, just use your raise your hand function. Otherwise, Paula, you want to just lead the way since you were there?
Sure. So if Nick doesn't want us, so we met on site, and Mike was there too, O'Hara, a couple of weeks ago with the applicant and DPW and the planning office, and I as the planning board member, to go over the repavement plan for Japanos Drive. There was a plan that was provided from, I believe it was like 2010, after the traffic study was performed, which had a number of recommendations. You'll see a lot of the red markups here as a result of some of those recommendations, as well as the recommendations from the on-site meeting. So we can start with one end here. So what we see in front is Japanos Drive at Nichols Street. So,
I'll zoom in on Trapanos and Nichols and just
Yeah.
get that up.
and this was part of the traffic study recommendation, is actually to eliminate the island at that location. And by eliminating the island, it's like not removing the island, but it's eliminating by actually, you can see on the right-hand side, it says saw, cut, and remove existing pavement. So that area there will actually, the existing pavement will be removed, and then it will be filled in to actually blend in with the island there. So it brings Nichols Street up to like a T type of an intersection. So if you come up Nichols Street, you won't be taking, you can still take a left, but it's just going to bring you further up. And with a stop line and a stop sign, traveling up Nichols Street. Yes, so that's, you see in the denotations in red on the left, stop sign and stop line coming up Nichols. They'll give the drivers right away coming down from Rome's Way or Japanos from the north.
You want to go over to the next one?
Let's see, what else? Yep, sure. So the other intersection on the,
Hold on. That's Burbank. That's just the other view. Right here, this one,
okay,
right?
so this is in the middle, so this is between, so moving down from Japanos at Nichols, you have the roadway that comes out of CHC to the, on the north side there. And it says eliminate the spur, saw cut, and remove pavement, loam and seed. So there is a small segment there with a steep angle that comes down on Japanos Drive, and then across Japanos Drive, there's a drop off. So eliminating that little piece exactly right there. So it's just gonna be loomed and seeded. And they're gonna adjust the island at that location, give a little bit more sight distance by pulling the stop sign back a bit to accommodate the right turns. And then the other end at Burbank.
That's, no, that's, oh.
Right.
Yes, right?
Yeah, over here, yep. So the other end at Burbank is also eliminating the island. And actually, yep, right there. So there's a sign presently in there now, so that sign would be relocated further back to the south. See Lincoln Arrow? Yep, the sign's gonna go across the street further down. See the, yep,
Right here.
there, yep, so the sign will be.
Yep.
And then they're going to grade the finish and slow down and retain the runoff. So it's going to bring it more to a T, so you see that curve over to the, exactly right there, that'll be all the filled in and less pavement, which brings the intersection more to a T. And adding a stop sign and a stop line. And there'll be some improvements to the driveway aprons for present residents along Japanos Drive, as well as some vegetation management and to improve sight distance.
Perfect.
So unless I said anything else, Mike, do you have anything
No, I think that's
else
about
to
it.
add with that?
I know,
And they were going to, of course, pave it from end to end, from the entire length of Japanos. There are some recommendations made by the DPW regarding that as well to the applicant that they're aware of, and we could also forward that information. But they were looking forward to having an approved plan that they could start working on getting that work done over the summer.
Right, I think CHC was just looking for a formal vote that, oh, planning board has seen this, yes, we agree to it.
Mhm.
So we have something in writing that.
it's a long time coming. It's a
Yeah,
plan we've
so-
been waiting for 10 years now.
So with the,
So-
all the DPW feedback in that regard, it's presented to the board in that fashion.
And for the board members, Counselor Van Hazinger was also involved too with
Yes.
some of the stuff here. This is his ward, so. Yeah, I think it's great. I'm excited to finally getting done. I don't know if anyone here has any comments, but do you know if anyone talked to Larry? Because I know he was vocal when we originally had this conversation.
I believe he's the nearest one on the bottom right-hand
Corner,
side,
yeah.
by the way. I've mentioned that there were planned improvements. I think he would be okay with this because it certainly prevents a continuing drainage problem onto his property.
Mhm.
And people coming down at that corner, down Drapanos at a high rate of speed.
Mhm.
Do you see Nick Erickson now?
Yeah,
So-
I'll
so
get you,
these-
Mike, one second.
If he
Does
wants,
this does address DPW? They do.
Yes.
These markups are
the
next.
markups are, all what you see in red
They-
is our
okay.
DPW markups provided by Nick.
Thank you.
Since we're waiting for Commissioner Erickson, Mike, did you have something? McLaughlin?
Yes, if I could. Just have.
Yeah, Mike, get
Front
to the
mic.
podium or in the seat in front of the microphone. And just state your name, because some people might not know you.
For the record, I'm on the Water Wastewater Commission, and I know the sewer separation program is going to be starting, I think, late next year. And I believe, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that it's going to include that area. So I guess the question is, we don't want to go ahead and do any paving if we're going to be ripping it up soon. And I don't know the answer, I'm just trying to make everybody aware.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the heads up. Honestly, I just assumed because it was, the background for some people who are here who don't know, there's a private way. So the city's not paving it, we have no control over it, which is part of the reason why CHC was so kind to do this. Gary, you might know an answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe that was a question that was asked.
Perfect. But thanks for the heads up. 'cause
Yeah,
it's
the
helpful.
other comment I wanted to make as a resident, and I've spoke to several people, I've spoke to Paula many, many times, is this is a private way, correct? Well, it has become a shortcut for a lot of traffic down in the River Street area, where traffic does not want to go up to Main Street and then have to go up past the boulder and do the loop and go up, is it 31? So there's been a tremendous increase of traffic in the neighborhood, and if you watch it, it's a pattern. Come up Bond Street, down View Street, left onto Prospect and over. There are no cars virtually that proceed right down on Prospect Street. So I've had conversation with Paula. I've wanted to be a part of when we were meeting out there. There's a lot of people in the neighborhood that would like the board to entertain making that a driveway or access for the residents, but not a throughway. Because again, you know, being a private way, is the city supposed to plow it?
Say we do.
Right? But Rome's Way is a private road as well. But there's just a lot of unnecessary traffic that goes through there. I have 3 photographs of 18-wheelers that have come down Prospect, come up View, and tried to take a right on Bond. I have photographs of them, and they've had to back down the hill to leave because they can't navigate through that neighborhood. Why do they do that? It's real simple, GPS, right? It sends you everywhere, but it doesn't really know geography.
I do know because we've had this plan in front of us in various points many times over the last decade.
Yeah.
And I do know when Lenny was our commissioner, and I think Nick Bossinetto prior to Nick Erickson, we had the conversation with Larry about they wanted to see it, you know, a half-lane road or just a one-way or just a drive. We had these conversations. DPW said it's too important to the hospital complex and to get emergency vehicles from one side to the other side to do that.
Sure.
I mean, I don't want to speak for Nick Erickson. Maybe he wants to say something, but I know in the past that that's come up and was kind of shot down.
Yeah. So, you know, we all know, everybody knows the area. You've been there, okay? Access from one end of Drapanos to the other is meaningless to the hospital because any access to the hospital is either up Prospect Street straight in or up from the bottom of a Mechanic, or if people choose, what's that long road that kind of comes up on an angle? But Drapanos is totally irrelevant to the hospital. So I don't understand where keeping it open for hospital access really means anything.
I mean, let me put it this way. It's not going to happen.
What's not going to happen?
Closing off the street.
Sure. What I would like to ask the board to maybe have an opportunity to discuss with Nick and then maybe have some further conversation. And I apologize that I'm coming in late. I have asked many times, although not, you know, via email, if you could give me a heads up about this whole thing and we could maybe have a little bit of the neighborhood involved, but that's all I could ask.
And most of the improvement is really paving Drapanos.
Yes.
It wasn't
but
really about
what's gonna
changing the-
happen is it's going to further speed up traffic and it's going to further encourage that to be a cut through.
I don't disagree.
I think it's
It
an
wouldn't,
important
but
road. I think it's an
it's a-
important cut through. I use it every day.
Yeah.
I go by your house every day. It is what it is. That's my way to Mechanic Street from West Fitchburg.
Well, I appreciate your opinion. You're certainly welcome to it.
Yeah. And we've talked about this probably 50 times over the last decade. And we've heard comments about that, and I think,
this-
like I said, I think the general, I think between public safety and the access points to get 31 to Prospect, there's no reason to close it down.
And even the mechanism to do that, as well, because it's a private way. It's not through petition or amendment for the road, so that is, I'll just say, a big gray area.
I mean, it might be a negotiation between CHC and the abutters on the other side, but the city doesn't, we don't have control over private ways anyway. We're not even paving this. This is in-kind work in
I
exchange for
understand that
CHC, so,
100%.
so I think,
I'm here as a representative of the neighborhood and many of the people that live in the neighborhood to bring this information to you. And I apologize that it's, you've had several meetings about it and it's been a lot of time. But again, I've asked to know when this is going to occur. It would have been nice to be able to partake in the visit that was up in that area, to get some neighbors involved and to share some of the information. You don't live in the neighborhood. You don't see it every day, okay? You're welcome to your opinion, and I appreciate it, but we live it every day,
Th-
okay?
yeah.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Nick, are you there? Nick Erickson, do you have anything you want to add?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
So Paula went over all of the proposed changes very well. Everything she said is what we discussed on site. I certainly understand Mr. McLaughlin's concerns about the traffic, especially given that it's a private road. I don't think there's any way for the DPW specifically to, force an issue or force a private entity to close off their private ways or anything like that. I don't know what the mechanism for forcing someone to make a change like that is, whether it's a city council vote or a petition from the abutters. That would definitely be a question for the legal department. I agree that it's used as a cut through. It's not really used for the hospital. Paving it's going to make people probably drive faster on it, and it's probably going to, make more people drive on it too. So I don't disagree with you at all, Mike, but I don't see the way that we could, change the hospital's mind about those roads. All the emergency vehicles use it. People that work at the hospital and get to the hospital use it. So I don't see the benefit to closing it outside of making the neighbors up there, helping them get peace and quiet. It kind of is would be a detriment to all the rest of the users of that private way. So that's my thoughts on it. Happy to answer any of the questions on the design or comments that we went over in the field.
Nick, you had a comment in one of your emails about the DPW was going to work on coordinating some, I suppose, some disposal work and something else. You guys that was obviously voluntary, I assume, stuff you can handle?
Yeah, so the city can't go in and repave. We understand that CHC also has a limited budget here. And what we're asking them to do, especially given asphalt and diesel prices these days, is a lot. And we're not sure that they're going to be able to build what's exactly shown on this paper here within the budget that they have set aside from many, many years ago. They might have been able to do it back then, but we're here now and things are a lot more expensive. So the offer was to assist the contractor that's doing the work in any way that we can, with either saw cutting asphalt, breaking it up, hauling it off site, doing some excavation and grading, that type of stuff, kind of volunteering our time, because it is a road that's used more like a public way than a private way. So that's an agreement that we came to kind of just off the book, so to speak.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you. And I don't want to,
Paula?
Just one
yes,
question.
sure.
Just come back up,
Yes.
because the people in the audience can't hear you.
Thank you. If I could just ask that if you could forward me the contact information for Community Health Center, so the neighborhood could discuss with them. Because I understand this is not in your hands. This is not in any of the city department's hands. It's a private way. It's private improvement. You're recommending a plan to make some changes. The neighborhood would like to talk to the abutters and the contact at CHC.
Mike might be
That's fine.
able to pull the minutes too from, because we had this conversation at length with CHC, and it was a long time ago, and I don't know how your memory is, but my memory was CHC had no interest in closing off the road.
I don't think so, but I'll send you the contact.
Thank you, I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Because we did do this in a public meeting at one point, 5, 8
And I don't
years
want to
ago.
appear to be dismissive of any comments, but that presently is not within our authority to change the direction of the roads, but we can help get it paid. Well, this definitely needs to be paid, but also whatever we can for safety improvements in that regard. But that still doesn't leave out the question later on about whether or not what can be done about it.
Yeah.
And about direction and what actually options there are and how to accomplish those.
The other thing people don't understand too, and this, I might have been short with you too, Mike, the big thing here is this has been frustrating, this has been a thorn in the board side for many, many, many years.
12 years.
And it took a long time just for them to get to the point where they were willing to do something. And now that they're willing to do something, we had a plan drawn up. It was kind of like, okay, we're finally there. And then, so I certainly apologize. I think it's something that you can explore. I don't want you to, spend your time spinning your wheels where we've already talked about it at length. So, but if you want to read the minutes, I think it's in there. I think we had these conversations.
But we certainly can provide contact.
And Health Alliance has impact, Health Alliance has input too, and from what CHC has said in the past, they, might not be amenable to any changes at Drapanos, but who knows?
So we have the proposal before us, looking for any comments from the board and/or recommendations for approval.
I think it's good as is, unless anyone has any recommended
All
changes.
set.
All set?
Okay, make a motion to approve the markup plan that Nick provided.
Second.
A motion's been made with a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. There we go. Approved. Item 2 on the agenda tonight.
Okay.
And we should have anyone with Green Meadows in the last part of their email address. Bob Patton, Chris Zawacki.
Yep. I was just pulling up the thing first. Say that again, Mike?
Bob Patton
Yes, Bob.
and Chris? No.
Not that Chris.
Different Chris.
There's no other Chris. I just unmuted Bob. So Bob, you're free to speak. I don't have anyone else on here unless there's someone else you want me to unmute.
First of all, thank you for having me. I'm Bob Patton, chairman of Green Meadows Farm. We're looking at the property at 50 Wayland Street. Chris Zawacki, our CEO, is in by phone. He was
Okay.
there today
So-
with Mike, so.
So he's the random phone number. I'll do that. We'll try that.
Perfect.
All right. So it just says, I unmuted him. It says ask to unmute, so I don't know what that's going to do, but there you go. You're both on now.
Hey, guys, you can hear me? This is Chris Zawacki.
Yes, we can.
All right, excellent. Thank you. Sorry for that. I'm on the phone. Chris Zawacki with Green Meadows at 50 Wayland Street. Appreciate the forum tonight and everybody hearing us out. We have a provision in the special permit for our cannabis dispensary to get operational within a certain window of time, and we're well on our way, but we need a little bit more work to be done. So requesting an extension to that requirement. And I'd be happy to update everybody on the progress we've made in terms of the build. And I sent Mr. O'Hara some pictures of the progress just for your information.
So Chris, important question. What is the
Yeah.
date you're seeking the extension to?
That is a good question. So, well, I mean, I'll tell you what we expect, how we expect this to play out, and I would like to build a buffer into that because of the unknowns. So we're looking to be done with construction. I would say I'm hopeful for the second half of July. I think August 1st is probably a more reasonable date. And then, of course, there's the post construction process with the state to get operational. So our target date is sometime in October.
This year?
So I think it's reasonable to say the end of the year.
So our first meeting in
It's easier to
January,
do 12 months, that's fine.
that buys you enough contingency, our first meeting in January?
Yes.
If you want, Paul, the end of that decision should have the
cool.
commence date by.
You have to, excuse me,
Is that
I can't read what's on my screen, so I'm just scrolling blankly looking up. I have 4 windows up, and you can only see, this one's the only one there. So where do you want me to go, Mike?
There was something additional in that folder, though.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, go, first paragraph.
Yeah, and some photographs and that
This one?
Chris gave me. Well, that's an update from this afternoon, and some
Yeah, here's
photographs
the
of the
interior
interior.
photos. They're, so doing interior work, those are sideways, I realize, but again, you don't want,
No,
Oh,
and
that
back
just
to
showing they have
in
the
the-
I
building.
Yeah,
had-
right there, keep going,
I know, I already had this up.
right there, stop.
Yeah, that was one extension. And then there was another one, which, I mean, the Green Meadows reached out back in, gosh, April, I think, because they were shooting for another extension, because I believe it's the end of June or July 2022. So another, if they want a bit of a buffer, another year's worth to June of '23.
And I don't have a problem with that. I was just,
Fine.
yeah, I honestly, especially given how delayed the CCC can be with the end, end permits, I don't have
See,
a problem with that either.
June 30th.
Okay. I'll make a motion to extend the permit to our meeting.
Does any board member have any questions regarding or comments regarding the
No.
request for extension?
The year is good. They're gonna need it.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
That's fine. Do you want to say a June meeting or June 30th?
June 30th.
Okay, June 30th, 23.
Second?
A motion's been made with the second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? I hear that too, Alex. All those opposed, say opposed. Okay.
Thank you, Chris and Bob.
Thank you all.
While I have you, may I ask one question, please?
Yeah.
So there was a mention when, remember, we purchased the permits and the location from Marchetti Industries, and there was mention of no external dumpsters on the property or to be used. And I just had a question. I assume there was maybe some specificity around that in terms of how we would use the dumpster, but there is a dumpster there. We need the use of an external dumpster, obviously. So I just wanted to get a little bit more information on what, if you guys have, some information in terms of what you were getting at or what you're after there.
The site
that's
plan.
not an issue.
The site plan would then you'd have to do a minor site plan or amendment of the site plan, just to show the dumpster and the enclosure, that it's screened,
And looks nice.
Got it. So,
and the size, the location, size that it's screened. And typically anything, particularly within public view or next to a residence would have like a vinyl enclosure, something aesthetically pleasing.
yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah, that's what it has right now. We're in a, it's got 3 or actually 4 businesses in that little shopping area. And it is vinyl, it's enclosed and locked, and the landlord's provided all of that. So,
I
so if
think
we
that-
need to formalize that, we will.
I think that would have been shown on the original approved site plan for 50, long before cannabis was ever proposed there. And it was just going to be medical offices, so.
So
they're
maybe the
just
permit was
using-
that they don't have an extra dumpster?
Could have
I
been.
guess it's worth checking with the planning office and revisit the site plan to see if it's actually on the site plan. If it's not on the site plan, then we just have a minor amendment to the site plan to show it.
Let me check that, Chris and Bob. I bet you the screen dumpster is shown on that plan, the original plan from, 5, 6 years ago now, when Dr. Watkins submitted it.
Okay.
Thank you. That'll work.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks,
if
guys.
it's shown and it's all good, that's great, Mike. If you could confirm, and if not, and if we need to do anything, just let me know.
Right, okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you all.
Take care.
Okay. We had another, underneath this category, we had 0 Temple and 16 Temple Street for a minor site plan review for a parking plan. The applicant has a request to withdraw. So that request has been made to the board. Like, does someone make
I'll make
that?
a motion to give this leave to withdraw without prejudice.
Second.
A motion's been made with a second. All those in favor for leave to withdraw, say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? All right.
Paula, under the latest revised plan, there was, agenda rather, there was a couple other minor things. Marshall Street was one, 85, 83,
Well, since
85.
that's like pretty last minute, that's going to have to wait till the end of the night, I think, to see if we can get to it.
Madam Chair,
Why not?
Madam Chair,
What's that?
if I could just make a comment. The zoning board scheduled a special meeting tonight.
Okay.
so that- So that we could accommodate.
this young man.
And part of it was he needed to come before the planning board to kind of finalize his plan. So if there's anything you could do to accommodate the schedule.
Either way, I received some conditions here that I didn't have previous to today that I need to work on, so either way, since this came to me last minute, I'm gonna need to request the help of my engineer. So there's some stuff on here that I can't answer.
So,
Because I don't even have a site plan, a revised site plan in this case.
In the link
If I
it
could
is.
just make a comment to the applicant, if you want to come over next door, we can take care of business from the zoning aspect. And then it sounds like if he is on the schedule for later on, we could have him come back, because it sounds like he probably needs a continuance from us as well.
yeah, so just to give you some background, Mike and Joe, we got a note today from Commissioner Erickson about basically making us aware that the site plan that was given still had a lot of deficiencies, many deficiencies. Nick had many bullet points that need to be addressed, so much so that we can't handle them today.
So we can all, I think, kind of move.
Okay, good. All right, excellent. So you think you can get to this by August?
Yeah, I think I can get to
Because it looks like your engineer has quite a bit of work to do, because did he see that email yet?
Yes, now.
Yeah,
Okay.
he just printed, I'm in contact with the engineer, and he's gonna be working on that ASAP, so.
And just so you know, because Paula had mentioned it, and she's right, you changed some things from what we talked about. Yeah, the point was you were gonna bring us a plan with what we talked about, and then you changed it from what we talked about. So now we gotta look at it again, and
Reapprove it.
if in August, if you have the plan done 2 or 3 weeks, probably 2 weeks at least before our meeting, if you'd like to meet with me and Paula, we can probably arrange that, as long as you have enough notice, as long as you get it done early enough. That way we can iron out things beforehand. And
I think the most important takeaway is that you can provide the parking. It's just the remaining of the engineering portions of it.
It changed, and I contacted Mike as soon as it changed to be in contact with you guys about it, because trying to execute what we had established became pretty obvious that it was going to be very difficult. So we shifted the plan, and obviously that's why I'm asking for a continuance here today, because I don't have everything that's on here.
see if they can have it done at least 2 weeks before our August meeting. And if they can do that, it's probably easier. We meet on site, look at the plan, and we can do both at once. All right, good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. That's not even on the agenda, so we don't
I
have
know,
to
it's
do
not.
anything, so, okay.
Yeah, there's no,
Okay,
that's why I didn't realize there was a ZBA meeting tonight on this specific matter.
I'll mention it to him.
I didn't realize we got this information until just now.
I just saw it like in half an hour before the meeting, so
Yep. All right.
sudden. So we are on to the next segment of public hearings. And I'll just reiterate this. If you wish to address the board regarding a public hearing, please raise your hand and the board will acknowledge you at the appropriate time during the hearing. The board will also monitor any participants that are attending virtually for questions at the appropriate time. Virtual attendees are asked to use the raise hand function to be acknowledged. 1, state your name and address. 2, approach the center table and either stand or sit. This allows you to be seen and heard clearly by everyone in attendance. And 3, the planning board requests all comments be limited to no more than 5 minutes in the interest of time. We have that. So our first hearing of the evening
Can you pull?
is the Scenic Road Act and Public Shade Tree Act,
You didn't log in, okay.
presented also by this is a combination hearing with the Fitchburg Tree Warden. for the removal of 5 trees in front of 189 Williams Road. Good evening, Harry.
These 5 trees, there's 4 large oaks up there. The canopies on top of the trees are starting to die, and the base of the trees are starting to get rotten. There's pretty soon going to be an issue, and the last tree is dead now.
So Gary, if you want,
You
I
can
will
show the-
pull them up, and you can,
Right, those 2 trees are going up the hill on Williams Road,
yep.
and at the base of them, on the backside, they're starting to hollow out. The tops themselves are starting to die.
Same, those are the same trees.
And the 2 on the right of the oaks, again, the canopies are starting to die. And the bottoms are starting to hollow out, and the tree in the back is pretty much dead now.
And this is the last one, I think.
I think that's the same.
Okay. Yeah, that's the last photo. So those, what is it, 5 trees?
5.
I did take a drive up there yesterday to confirm. Yes, there are those 2 huge oaks.
Yeah, the 2 big oaks are going
They
up
are,
there.
yeah, the bottom of one is like completely
Exactly.
rotted and
Yeah.
so I concur.
Yes.
Anybody else has any questions? And it's a public hearing, so I'm going to ask the public if there's any questions or comments they have regarding the removal of the 5 trees in front of 189 Williams Road under the Scenic Road Act and Public Shade Tree Act.
Mike?
Is anybody in?
Comments? Questions? I know you know more about this than I do, Mike, so, all right, if that's it, if there's no one else, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
All right. Hearing none. Motion's been made to close the hearing with a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right.
Make a motion to allow the removal of 5 trees as shown based upon a recommendation from the tree warden.
Motion's been made with a second.
You can give it to Alex.
And then and since this is a hearing, I'm going to take roll call. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed, and I'll do roll call. Alex?
Aye.
Alin?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. Laura?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you,
All set.
Gary.
Thank you.
Oh, and Gary,
Oh,
What?
aye.
And
Yes, the
Gary,
vote.
thank you. We need Gary's vote, too.
thank you very much, Gary.
All right, the next special permit this evening, under the public hearings, we have 14 Highland Ave,
And I did see Paulo here.
continued from our May 24th meeting to convert single-family to two-family dwelling.
This is Paulo's, right, Mike?
Correct, yep.
Okay. Oop, I think I pressed the wrong, oh, no, I didn't. Okay, Paulo, once you unmute, you'll be good to go. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, just try and speak up as much as you can. It's a little quiet.
Okay. Hi, hello everyone.
Good.
Can kind of hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's how we were.
Better now?
No,
No.
worse now. Dan, can you control volume for that?
A little bit. Try now.
All right, try it again. Paulo.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, much better.
That's better.
Okay. All right, hello everyone. So I did make some changes to the site plan since last time at a 90 degrees parking. So it's showing 5 parking spots there.
Mhm.
I also add a vinyl fence in the back, and with both of my neighbors, the one towards more towards the left side of the house and the one towards the back. Yeah. The curb cut got changed to 12 feet wide. I think before it was 20 feet. And I had front entrance there, left side as soon as you pull in the driveway. Some gonna be some loam and maybe trees and stuff. on that side and probably in front of the house too. I don't
Yep.
know if it's shown on that one.
Little landscaping to the north in front of the entranceway, too.
Yeah.
The only, I think I might have mentioned this and I might not, it doesn't change your plan or anything, but the only thing is, if you plant trees, just make sure they're very small decorative trees. You don't want anything that's gonna get big and can impact sight lines or ruin the curb, ruin the sidewalk or anything like that. So just make sure they're, if you do a tree or
Shrubs.
trees, that they're very small decorative.
It's some landscaping.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep. I know we talked about it. I just want to make sure you knew that.
Okay. So, and it is is it a two-bedroom in the garage, former barn?
Yes, a 2-bedroom and 1 bath.
Okay, because the request is it's presently a single family to be converted to a two-family with using the upper floors of the former barn as a two-bedroom unit. The present house has 5 bedrooms. Does the board have any comments on the plan as presented?
No, I think we covered most of the stuff on the site walk. I think
And
that,
I'll mention that Paul, myself, and Mike also went on a site walk with the applicant to meet to go over the plan on the revisions.
and he made the changes to the plan. I'm just looking at my notes. I would just, whatever, with our decision, I would just make note that the apartment's not to have more than 2 bedrooms and 1 bath, and the main house is not to have more than 5 bedrooms, 5 bath, which is what's already there. That's what you had, right? 5 and 5? Yeah.
It's 4.5, yeah, 4.5 baths.
Yeah.
Okay.
I care more about the bedrooms. So basically, the point would be, the permit would say no more than 2 bedrooms in the barn area, no more than what's existing now, 5 bedrooms in the single family.
And as we mentioned, there's a limit on, like, related persons in the same unit, no more than 3 unrelated to the second degree removed, I think. Otherwise, it meets the definition of a lodging facility.
On the only thing is on that first floor of the garage, he does have the rough-in for the bathroom. I don't know, I'm sure you guys remember that. That's on the first floor of the apartment. Actually, it's on the second floor.
Yep, that's fine. I'm just, I do have, I know you probably remember, and I have it in my notes here, that, when we get to the permit writing stage, that one of the conditions is that contractor garage, that contractor storage is not to be rented separately, and you agreed to that a month or 2 ago.
Right.
Okay, that's all I care about, is that it's not a separately rented space, because you don't want, commercial vehicles and you don't, whatever, other issues that can come from that. So that's fine.
Yes, if there's any proposed or additional use, you'd have to come back to the board for approval. So, just like mixed use. All right. Do we have any department comments, Mike, further?
On this one, no. I don't know, Nick did have on the previous plan, when the parking was oriented a tad differently. I don't know if Nick has any additional comments on the one that's on the screen now.
Nick, do you have any additional comments aside from, I think we also did mention to the owner about on the driveway width, that if they're going to remove any curbing, that it be returned to DPW.
Yeah, I do like the proposed layout now better than the previous iteration, narrowing that curb cut and kind of realigning some of the parking spaces. I think it's a better for the overall flow of the lot. So I think it's a good improvement.
Nick, the underground stormwater recharge proposed remains the same from the previous plan.
Yeah, and I think I think I'm comfortable with the calcs that have been provided and the volume of stone and whatnot. So comfortable with that.
And it's not the original stone, but he did replace a stone put some stone along for a front wall along the street frontage.
Yeah, it's too bad they took out that original granite. That was a nice
piece of granite.
piece of stone. But.
All right. Any further comment from the public or department?
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion's been made with a second to close the hearing. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? All right, discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve the special permit for 14 Highland Ave with the following conditions. Obviously, to follow the newly revised plan with the 12-foot curb cut, to pave and restripe the lot once all the site work's complete, provide landscaping as shown on the revised plan, fencing as shown on the revised plan on the two sections, particularly that retaining wall on the, I assume it would be the south side. Check with the DPW regarding any disposal of granite that you have there for any curbing you might take up. And then conditioned on the barn apartment not to have more than 2 bedrooms, the existing improvements in the main single-family dwelling not to have more than the existing 5 bedrooms, and that the first floor barn space listed as contractor storage not to be rented separately to a non-tenant or owner-occupant.
Okay.
Second?
Motion's been made with conditions with a second. All those in favor, and I'm going to take roll call. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed. Alex?
Aye.
Alin?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. Laura?
Aye.
All right.
And Paul,
Thank
it
you.
looked like you were reading from something.
Thank you for sticking with us, Paulo, and thank you for making the changes.
A quick question will be just as part of how this proceeds now. What is it? Is it 25 days do I have to wait to be recorded? Is that right?
No. Well, wait, is this a special?
20 days, it's a special permit, 20 days?
Wait, was this advertised as special permit? I think it was a site plan review, no?
It's should be special permit.
Okay, then.
It's listed as special
It's
permit
special
and site
permit
plan.
because it's converting
Okay.
from a single to a,
Then in short, Paolo, we'll draft a decision for the planning board chair to review and make whatever comments. And once it's signed, it'll be clocked in at the city clerk's office, and that starts your 20-day appeal period. Okay?
Just as time goes on, if you haven't heard, just check in with Mike to see the status. He'll keep you updated.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
you.
Have a good night.
You too.
And Paul, it sounded like you were, or it looked like you were reading from conditions you had jotted
Yeah,
down.
yeah, I can,
So just take a
I have
picture
them
and-
I have them on different meetings, so I'll write them down and I'll send them to you.
Okay, appreciate it.
All right, the next public hearing for the evening, we have a special permit continued from May 22nd for Bellinger, 2,000 square foot self-storage units at 172 Lunenburg Street.
All right, let me get to where we're going here. Site plan? What would you rather have up?
You can show it on, yeah, the layout,
Let's do
layout materials plan. I brought a colored one, but it's the same.
that one good?
Yeah, that was fine.
All right, let me just zoom in a little bit and then I'll recenter it here so you can, if there's anything you need to refer to. Okay.
All right. All set?
All right, I'm Brian Marchetti with McCarty Engineering, here tonight on behalf of Westmany Storage. Al Belanger, the applicant, he's also here with me tonight. We met with the planning board at the end of May to review this plan. It's for special permit. We received comments, and there were a lot of discussion about the way it was originally laid out and configured. So we went back and revised the design. The first item that we considered was we had the building pretty much right up to the rear lot line. So we decided
to shift the building around. We gave, shifted the building another 2 feet, 2.3 feet off the rear lot line. And in doing so, it restricted the amount of, or decreased the amount of maneuvering space we had on the Redmond Place side for vehicles to move in the parking area. So after considering all factors, we decided to shrink the size of the building. So we've reduced the size of the building now from 2,016 square feet to 1,600 square feet. So what we end up here is smaller bays. It's a 20-foot deep building. So it helped basically give us a little more setback to the rear of the building, to the lot line. It accommodated 23 feet of maneuvering space. And in doing so, we were able to add a landscape buffer between the parking area and Redmond Place now. That's 3 feet wide, which we showed, again, on the plan here to be landscaped. The other comment was we had a wide open curb cut along the frontage. That's been eliminated now to accommodate or to meet the requirements of the town. The driveway now, it's 24 feet wide, is set 50 feet from the intersection of Lunenburg Street. It's a 24-foot wide curb cut, and then we extended beyond that curb cut to the north side toward the existing garage that's out there. We continued that island. Another thing was we'd showed now on this plan snow storage area. The way it was laid out, the snow storage along the Lunenburg Street frontage within the landscaped area was smaller because the building was bigger. The pavement area was more expansive. So we've shown now a snow storage area within that landscaped area, as well as on the abutting parcel. We added or showed depicted where there's more area for snow storage. It's not the abutting parcel, it's actually part of the same parcel that's owned by the applicant. So snow will be pushed in both directions. We feel there's adequate snow storage on site. And again, we discussed it last time. If snow storage was exceeded, we'd certainly be open to a condition requiring snow being hauled off-site. And then the final topic that came up at the last meeting was a more expansive landscaping plan. So we've added a full landscaping plan now to our design. It's shown on the attached plan. We also provided building elevations from the architect, so you have an idea of what the applicant intends to put here on the parcel.
Thank you. Paul, could you move that to the slideshow on the renderings?
Oh, yeah, the one we just got? Or is that it? I think
It was
the
previous.
renderings were in an email, right? Didn't you just send those?
No, they
No, they were part of the
they were part of
original.
Oh, they were?
The revised package, yeah. And I do have them here in hard copy.
Okay. I just got to figure out where they were. In the site plan? Oh, yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Yep.
There. So that being in keeping more with the look of the residential neighborhood, so it's not the industrial look.
Yep. And what this doesn't show is that landscape strip along the frontage of Redmond Place, but that is on the site plan.
Mm-hmm. The only thing I didn't ask the applicant and Pat when we met the other day was rough time frame for construction, ballpark? No, how long from start to finish? I think, because with what I forgot to mention to Paolo a minute ago was just a standard time for completion. If we put 2 years from the, the permit being issued, okay, good. Just we don't want to leave things open-ended so they get halfway done and don't get completed, so.
And I forgot to ask previously, would there be any type of trash receptacle planned at the location or within any of the bays or?
I don't believe we've.
We don't normally encourage them to leave trash anywhere.
Right.
Carry on, carry on.
Sounds good.
And it's a very tight site.
Yeah.
Yes.
To squeeze another.
Specifically, no on-site trash disposal, because there's just no room for it.
Agreed.
All right.
How many units about is it?
This would be, was it 10?
10?
There were 10 8-foot wide.
There's 10
Units.
units?
Yeah.
And the height, roughly?
The height's probably a typical garage door. I don't know if they're 8 feet.
I don't know what typical is.
So they're small units, they're not
They're
big enough
small.
to drive cars in and stuff like
Right.
that.
About 8 to 9 feet tall.
Are spruce trees the kind of trees that we're concerned about grumbling like under the sidewalk?
I did ask Pat if there would be any site issues with the trees, and he said no, so.
No, the trees that are proposed are, like the evergreens are up against the building. The other stuff down along the frontage is
Low.
far enough off the edge of Lunenburg Street that they won't hinder any of the views.
I like the fact that it's conjoined in with the present garage there as well.
Yes,
Blends in good.
so the street trees, the plantings, at least here, right along the street, is Rosa Sharon, which, I mean, it'll get big, but not that big. Hydrangeas, so it looks like relatively small stuff.
Were there comments from the abutters? I apologize, I was not here last month.
I don't remember any.
And we'll ask that question now as well. Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak on this matter? This is regarding the 2,000 square foot self-storage units at 172 Lunenburg Street.
Hey, Mike O'Hara, come here for a second. Not about this.
Oh.
I'm just trying to get ahead of
And then
things.
the subsequent question would be department comments.
Do you know who these two are?
Well, you know Matt.
Yeah, I know these two.
And I think that is for CHC. This was one, this was,
So, just another question, and because it's in a residential, they're not gonna be those bright orange or really bad, tastelessly done?
No, it's,
right?
if you look at the architectural plan, I believe it was, grays and beige, and it's the side of the existing garage that's out there.
Okay,
I believe it's residential-looking type of siding.
yeah.
It'll look just like it.
Great.
I see no public comment on virtually, Paula.
Thank you.
so.
Mike, are there any department comments?
I know Nick Erickson had some back in the previous version, which I think have been addressed for this. And as for the May meeting, we had Board of Health, Fitchburg PD, I believe, and Building had no objection.
Yeah, there's no sewer proposed, no connection, no water connection. It's just an electrical.
Right, there's no, as I understand from chatting with Pat last Friday, there's no need to connect to the drainage in the street because of the underground recharge provided on site.
It's grade soils, it's all sand, so we proposed an underground infiltration system that infiltrates 100% of the stormwater from the roof and the parking lot.
And you guys, I think Pat said you guys went through this list, the DPW?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah.
As long as they're all addressed, that's all that
They
matters.
are, yep.
Okay, good.
Paul, this is Nick here. One other comment I just saw on the plan that was just on the screen there. It shows precast concrete curbing along the frontage of Redmond Place there. And I know with other previous developments that we've permitted, we require granite along public right-of-way frontages. So just, I'd add that comment.
Can't imagine that's a issue, right? It's not a tremendous amount of curbing you're doing.
Yeah. You go right with that? Okay.
Thank you, Nick.
If there's any other further comment?
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion's made to close the hearing. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Discussion?
Make a motion to approve the special permit and site plan for Belanger, 1,600 square foot self-storage unit, subject to the following conditions, obviously subject to the most recent plan provided. Snow to be removed from the site if it can't be handled on-site. 2 years to completion of the project from issuance of the special permit. No on-site trash disposal, and granite curbing along the frontage where necessary.
All right, motion's been made with those conditions,
Second that motion?
and a second. Roll call, all those in favor say aye, all those opposed say opposed. Alex?
Aye.
Alin?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. Laura?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All
Good
set.
luck.
Next on our agenda is a major site plan review for Fairbanks Power Equipment at 799 River Street, brand-new 4,800 square foot building. Hello again.
Hello. So again, Brian Marchetti, McCarty Engineering, here on behalf of Fairbanks Power Equipment. Their property is 799 River Street, has housed their business for several years. The applicant decided to put some money into it. The existing building was dilapidated, needed a lot of repairs. The parking lot and the driveway was very inefficient, needed a lot of repairs and fixes to improve the site. So last December, he decided to demo the existing building and start doing some site work in preparation for it, and that's why I'm here today now. So we've worked with him over the last several months to put together a site plan to replace the building that was there with a new 4,800 square foot building, and then try to make the parking on the site more efficient and flow according to the operations that take place and will be taking place there. As you know, they're a power equipment company. They maintain equipment, repair equipment, and they have a retail section of it where they sell. The existing site was a wide open curb cut on both River Street and Maryland Street. So when we went through several iterations with this building to find something that fit well with the property, on top of just residential vehicles coming to and from to deliver, they do receive bigger shipments from trailer trucks. So what you see here is a configuration we've ended up with. It has both components of retail and repair. What we did here was we closed off the curb cut as much as possible along River Street. So we do maintain a curb cut on the northern end of River Street, closed off the rest, but then we did have to open up a curb cut within that 50-foot distance on Maryland Street. That's because in order to receive the larger trailer truck deliveries, there's no physical way to access the property with the truck being able to maneuver onto the site without stopping traffic in River Street to back into the property. So what we're proposing is a one-way entrance on Maryland Street where the trucks will be able to drive through the property out towards the two-way entrance on River Street and then back up along the side of the retail component of the building. There's a elevated retaining wall along that back side where the trucks will back up to, and they'll be able to offload equipment at loading dock height or truck height and wheel it around to the side of the building to enter. So, so overall, this property is now is considered a redevelopment. We're reducing the amount of impervious area on the property. The majority of the property was paved, compacted gravel, and building. There was little to no landscaped area or green space on the property. The proposed development is adding about 2,500 square feet of landscaped area and green space. And as a result of that, it's reducing the amount of runoff leaving the property from existing to proposed conditions. So detention wasn't really necessary on the property. We did go out and do test pits, and This site is all everything we found underground was basically in a fill. It was a fill condition. There were no good gravels for infiltration, and groundwater was also high. So in lieu of providing recharge, we're meeting the stormwater management standards to the maximum extent practical. We just don't have the underground soil conditions to promote recharge on the site. So we're meeting the rest of the standards, and as well as the City of Fitchburg's stormwater regulations for treating 60% of, or 90% of the TSS in a 1-inch water quality volume. So what we're doing, because we can't provide that water quality volume in a recharge system underground, is we're proposing 3 water quality units that were sized to exceed the 1-inch water quality volume. So in essence, the units that we're proposing here will exceed that requirement. So, we feel this is a significant improvement to the site. It's a reduction in impervious area. It's going to help with the flow of traffic in and out of this parcel. It's in the neighborhood business zone, so it's an existing non-conforming use because of the the use that's here now, but we're replacing the building with the exact same use. It's just an improvement to the existing site. So we're claiming this case, it is a grandfathered use that we're just replacing in kind. There are 2 waivers that the project is requested. One of them is from section 181.544 of the zoning ordinance for shade trees shall be planted every 35 feet along the roadway frontage. Because of the kind of the layout and configuration of what we're showing here, there really was no area to show all these shade trees along the frontage. So we are proposing landscaped areas and green space. We're just requesting a waiver from planting those shade trees.
Yep.
And then also section 157-57, Article 4 of curb cuts and street entrances, requesting a waiver from that 50-foot requirement for the curb cut on Maryland Street. That access is really required there in order to facilitate the truck deliveries onto the property. And as we said before, the entire frontage along River Street and Maryland Street is an open curb cut in the existing condition today.
Yep. We're making a, what could be constituted as a more problematic site. We're making it better by doing that, so I don't have a problem with that. I did have a question for you while we're on the topic of that, and I didn't think about this until now. It's not important at all, but so on the bottom left, let me get my mouse here. On the bottom left, you have proposed one-way sign for your entrance, right? Yes. Right on this corner here. So I wonder why that one-way sign wouldn't be at the top here near space number 7, because granted, it's going to be facing the building. My initial concern was when I saw it was people driving up are going to be confused, but it's going to be facing the opposite way. Yeah. So it's not going to be perceived for Maryland Street. But why wouldn't it be at the peak of that area where people are actually going? Why would it be so far down someone could start proceeding down that little neck and then see the one-way sign?
Yeah, I mean, directional signage like that is typically installed at both the frontage, so we can certainly
Right, but you're putting the sign there so people on the site don't go that way.
I'm agreeing, I understand.
Yeah.
And we'll add a second sign.
I don't think the one on the bottom is necessary. No one's going to see that. I mean, they're going to see it.
I'll recommend we check with the building department regarding the placement of the signage.
Yeah, because it's facing the parking lot. It's not facing Maryland Street.
Certain types of signage can't be within certain radius 2 of the street, so.
Yeah. I think it causes problems where it's listed here, is my point.
Well, I think it's more of an informational sign there, so people pulling in see it's one way. So I think it would work in both.
But you don't want one facing Maryland Street. You don't want, that's my exact point. There should not be a one-way sign that faces Maryland Street, because then people quickly are going to think it pertains to Maryland Street.
You put it on the opposite side, it says, do not exit.
Okay, that's.
I brought it up because I don't want a situation where someone's driving towards in-town Fitchburg and they're taking a left on Maryland Street, and they see a small sign that says one way, and they're gonna be like, oh, I can't go that way. But that's not the point of the sign. The point of that's actually the way you're supposed to go into this site. So I don't think one needs to be there. One needs to be on the site telling people, when you're leaving, you can't go this way. You can only go back out the easterlymost side.
Yep, okay.
So I would move that and don't have any one-way signage on or around Maryland Street. You just don't want it to be confusing.
Okay.
Right, not an exit, and you also place it on the pavement with the arrows. Other comments towards the rear? I mean, there is a remainder, the site goes back a bit further, is
Yeah, so that's.
about screening the dumpster and putting the,
Yep, that's an existing gravel parking area. There's a storage shed up there that's used by Fairbanks. So I think you guys discussed last week at your meeting, we're perfectly happy with moving those dumpsters up against the concrete retaining wall, fencing them in for screening.
Okay.
And it is a gravel parking area, so we can certainly show some sort of parking orientation in there
on the site plan.
on the site plan, but typically, being a gravel area, you wouldn't put the
Is
paint
that
on the ground.
employee parking?
It's all.
Yeah,
it's
so we
all
just want to
used for
designate that
parking.
there's additional parking on the site for
Okay.
employees.
Yep, we can do that. We can add that.
Did you have notes from when we met on Friday? I remember you asked Pat to
That
change
was-
something, and Pat said, I can't change it in time. Do you remember
That
what it
was about adding the striping, or adding the parking for the employees, which are in this rear area here,
Employee
to show that on the site plan, because there is additional parking, it's not just parking that's in the front of the building that's available, and to relocate and screen the dumpsters
Perfect.
appropriately.
I just want to make sure we didn't miss that when we're writing,
So was
whatever
that-
you said.
But then we also, building renderings, whether or not you can provide an architectural elevation of the
Yeah.
building.
We don't have those yet. That's something that,
He said it was a Morton building.
he said it's a Morton building. It's basically, the way he described it was just like Leo Coates building, industrial park, it's the same.
If he could just, he's going to order it. If he can just send them along
Yeah.
to just show us.
Absolutely. Yep.
Likely they'll have windows for display in the front, and
Yep.
it's not just, looks like a
Oh, it's
garage.
just a metal garage.
What do we,
And also, we want feedback from DPW on the 50-foot piece for the waiver.
Nick, did you want to have input on that?
Sure. I don't love the curb cut being that close to the intersection. I mean, I understand it's necessary for truck access, and there's no real opportunity to shift the building further back away from River Street. Maybe the entrance there can be signed such that it indicates that it's a truck-only entrance, and, you know, try to discourage passenger vehicles from using it, and encourage tractor-trailer trucks and delivery vehicles from using it.
Delivery only?
Delivery only, truck entrance only. I don't know. People aren't going to listen. I understand it's a improvement over existing conditions. This is a major sticking point on a lot of different project submissions and applications. And, you know,
I like the fact that it's one way, so, too.
Yeah, I do that. I
And
do
one
like
way
that.
in.
I hate the double standard where we allow it for one project and not for another. And, you know, I guess it's situational, and this is an improvement over existing conditions. So I'm willing to.
Yeah,
That's not a recent change to our ordinance, right?
No.
So, Nick,
City code.
you're the first commissioner we've ever talked about 50 feet from an intersection, so it's, I mean,
No,
been on the board a long time, and this is the last 3 meetings are the first time we've ever really had that substantial conversation, so.
It's nice to have DPW feedback.
Oh, I 100% agree, and honestly,
There's a lot of city code requirements that.
now that I'm more aware of it, I'm certainly more aware of, where it should apply, and certainly I appreciate it.
As it's a current, well, I know it's a brand-new building, but we're always trying to make that improvement with the sites.
Is it a problem to at least put signage saying truck delivery entrance only?
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Because that's really the only intent for it, correct? Okay, all right.
Yeah, and I had a couple other minor comments. One was with the stormwater treatment system, there's a few water quality units, so it's going to be important to make sure the O&M plan is recorded on the deed of the property and all that stuff. I don't know what mechanism we have to make sure that applicants follow through with that after an order of conditions is issued and a project is completed. And that's probably something we need to continue to work on our end. But it would be great to have some sort of record submitted back to DPW and the board just to confirm that actually happens after the project's completed. And the last comment I had was related to the sewer lateral. So you've got a lateral coming out onto River Street, line tie into the existing 20-inch VC main there. Is there any opportunity to maybe reroute that into one of the manholes, either out in front or out on Mayland Street? It's always better to put it into a manhole instead of a blind tie for access and cleaning and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why we couldn't. Most times DPWs want a saddle connection, not a manhole connection. So if that's your preference, we can easily do that.
Yeah, I think that would be preference in this case. And just one more thing, just kind of for the record. So the road next that comes off of River Street, it's actually Mayland, not Maryland Street, M-A-Y-L-A-N-D.
It's funny, that's when he was saying it, that's what I thought it was, and I looked at the plan, and it said Maryland, I was like, maybe I'm wrong.
I ran up that hill last week, so I definitely know.
Thank you, Nick.
That will be correct.
Thank you.
Maybe you, Brian, I'm sure you understand. What was he referring to? The second point about stormwater?
So
Just providing an after product, an after calculation? Is that what?
So it's an operation and maintenance plan.
Oh, okay.
Right. That needs to be recorded.
Typically what happens, we deal with in other towns where there's an O&M plan that if a town wants it, records in perpetuity, with a site plan, if it doesn't get recorded, there's not a legal document that's recorded to hold them to it. Conservation commissions put that in order of conditions that gets recorded. So that's
So
another
similarly,
mechanism.
Well, Brian, how about if, say, I'm not sure what the construction time length, and we can talk about that, but prior to the issuance of a CO, the O&M plan is recorded or provide proof
Certainly.
that it is. I mean, it shouldn't hold up the issuance of a building permit so you can get
Yeah,
going
because
on the
the
site.
operation and maintenance plan has already been submitted as part of the drainage report, so it's a document already in the report. So it's something that the applicant has in hand and, like I said, should be doing, but, if that's a condition or however you want to deal with that,
Yeah, we can suggest to the building department, just, make sure we'll make sure we're notified prior to the CO being issued anyway. And we'll make a note on that record for 799, make sure the O&M plan is recorded.
It's a comment for another time, but I always wondered how O&M plans, how the upkeep of them are done, because I can tell you, subdivisions are never handled correctly.
They rarely are unless you
So,
have a mechanism to record it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I think we need to work on as a DPW and city is just kind of closing the loop on a lot of these O&M requirements and all the other stormwater stuff that's been piled on us recently from the EPA. So, we'll keep working on it. And then related to that last comment about the sanitary sewer service, so if you're connecting it or able to connect to the manhole, some sort of inside drop would be preferable.
Inside drop, okay.
Yeah. All right, thanks,
Paul
Brian.
and Paula, does this look familiar? Because that was submitted by someone at McCarty, the rendering.
Is that the one you just sent to us? Like I said, I remembered seeing a rendering at some point in the last.
Patrick might have, I
Should be
didn't
in
see
the
it.
revised Dropbox.
It's in the packet, yeah.
Yeah, I saw it.
That's all.
Yeah. That's something I got to see.
Oh, here we go.
Yep.
There we go.
oh, all right.
Does
He
the
was saying in
app-
our meeting, it's going to look, for those of you that have seen the new building they put up at the bottom of Industrial Road, the
yeah.
plumber.
Mill.
Oh, yeah.
Leo
side
Becott's
I
plumbing,
think.
what?
Mill side?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. It's going to look like that, which came up pretty nice.
It's very nice looking,
Yeah.
yeah. Quick question for the applicant. I'm assuming that the applicant intends to abandon the use of the property across the street?
I don't know that.
Does he own that property?
He does.
Oh, he owns it, okay.
I had asked Pat McCarty that on Friday, and the answer I got was they might use it less, but they still intend to use it.
Okay, yeah. I know crossing the street there has been a little bit of an issue over the years.
We had talked about sidewalks, and that conversation got out of control, so we kind of abandoned it, but it's, I don't know if Commissioner Erickson has
Crosswalk.
anything.
The only other question I have is, what are you going to do with those great boulders you're finding?
I know.
They are beautiful.
Pete's got room for them.
Yeah. The Rockman.
Put in a
One
special
last one,
request.
Brian. We discussed this with Patrick Friday, but there's an existing freestanding sign, I think, where even if, I understood that all they need is a building sign and no freestanding sign, at least Patrick thought.
Right, if there is going to be some type of marquee by itself, that it needs to be designated, it should be on the site.
Because it says sign to be removed,
Yeah,
so
it's said to be removed.
if he's
That's
going
my
to put a
understanding.
sign, we told Pat, make sure it shows up on that plan.
Okay.
And
check-
now's the time to do it.
And check with building on that because of the setback from corners.
My understanding is there will not be a sign. So
Okay.
if something happens and we're told they need one, we will come back for modification.
Okay.
All right.
And
Any
if you're
further?
asking, Paula, building, Fitchburg PD, Fitchburg Board of Health, all said approved.
Thank you. Department comments. And we've got Nick's comments. All right, that being said, any further questions and any further public comment? Is there anybody in the audience?
Sorry, one from Fitchburg Fire, which you got a
Oh.
couple of days ago from Captain Kringen. 79 River Street, the fire department has no real concerns of the site, about the site plans and building as the plan described. We would be interested to review the building plan at some point for egress points in and out of the primary structure for firefighting operations. He doesn't believe a fire alarm or sprinkler will be required unless they have large HVAC units or are performing a hazardous operation such as paint booths, spray booths. And that was
Right.
the end of that. Do you happen to know?
We don't anticipate that.
Building will get a copy of the building permit application,
Yeah,
to
that'll definitely
review
be sorted
prior.
on the building department.
All right, that being said, any further public comment? Any hands raised?
Nothing. Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion's been made to close the hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Discussion?
Make a motion to approve the site plan for Fairbanks Power Equipment, 799 River Street, subject to the following conditions. Waive 181.544, waive 157.57, move the dumpsters and provide decorative screening, show employee parking in the rear, both of those last two conditions to be shown on a newly revised plan, move the one-way sign off of Maryland Street so you avoid any potential conflicts, mark the entrance to the westerlymost side, delivery and truck entrance only off of Maryland Street, subject to satisfaction of DPW comments, 2 years from issuance of special permit to completion. I know we didn't ask that, but it sounds like that's fully doable, correct? Okay. And then subject to building similar to the elevations provided.
Just one on that, Paul, as far as the 157, whichever, the 50 feet from the intersection, that's a DPW.
Yeah, that's not, we can't waive that.
Okay,
but-
that's fine.
But
Yeah. It's shown on the plan, so.
Nick commented on it.
Yeah, that's fine.
He said, oh, he's
I-
okay as long as it
I don't
was
usually list
marked
waivers, I
appropriately.
only listed them because he said them, one was the shade
Okay.
trees, one was the curb cut. They both show on the plan anyway, so, or lack thereof in the case of shade trees. So,
Second?
Motion's been made with a second. Roll call, all those in favor say aye, all those opposed say opposed. Alex?
Aye.
Alin?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
Peter?
aye?
Paul?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. Laura?
Aye.
Thank you. All right.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian.
You.
Good luck to you.
Psyched about that.
All right.
Drive by every day.
Everybody all set? Need a break? We're all good?
Good.
Okay, 1 second. I need a sip.
Don't get in the way of our motivation, Paula. We're moving.
We worked really hard to try to get to
Yes,
this.
exactly.
Smooth some of the bumps. Next, application, public hearing, site plan review, Fiore, 5,000 square foot contractor storage building at 158 Airport Road. And I'll ask our planning office, did we find the prior?
I did, so if you look at the latest Dropbox link, there's a couple of the ZBA decision and the planning board decision from about 5 years ago.
Do you
2015, I think it was.
need me to pull them up, Paula? I know
I
we.
didn't, I didn't see the.
Well, I know we left off and we basically told him to go through it, and if there were any things they hadn't done, either do them or ask us not to do them.
I don't know if
Chris,
he-
do you know if you guys
I
had a
never
chance?
saw the actual special permit come through.
Okay,
He might have, they just might have been in the Dropbox.
okay, all right. So here's the special permit from the site plan approval from 2015. I'm less concerned with the ZBA one because aside from having conflicting decisions,
Oh, it's
they
about
obviously
the
have to meet that.
screening in the front, so that was the only thing about the difference.
Yeah, I had a list from when we met the other day. I'm trying to find it here.
So just as a little bit of background, this project, not the current 5,000 square foot building project, but the current owner of the property applied for a site plan a number of years ago and also had to go to the ZBA. So they also had a plan approved ZBA as well as a site plan. So it's just going over the conditions to see if they've either been met or have to be modified so that we don't have any conflicting requirements.
I'm trying to find my notes from when we met. I gotta find my drawing. I had it written down. I know we talked about a few of them on Friday, and none of them were big. The big one was, and
Yeah, so
I'm sorry, I forget your name.
Alberto Fiore.
Alberto, you might remember our conversation about some of them. One of them had to do with the Vogue Plaza side and the dumpsters. I think that was the big one on my end. And again, I'm trying to find my notes, so I apologize.
And we can bring that up when we look at the site plan. So it says, let's see, beautify, number 4, install screening, 4-foot-high berm, 6-foot-high vinyl fence, plantings along Vogue Plaza side of property without obscuring visibility exiting the plaza. And there was, recall, you mentioned that there was a plantings, however, they
Yeah, I have a.
Kinda went by the
picture of them
wayside.
that I brought, which was the area I believe
Okay.
Paul was talking about when we met. So those are the plantings that we put in, and then they were killed over time due to plowing from the Vogue Plaza. So now it's just in a little bit of an open area. These have been removed.
And the other portion that was a little bit different is along Airport Road, install vinyl fencing in 20-foot segments, 6-foot high, interspersed with 20-foot plantings with the chain link fence behind.
Yeah, we don't have a chain link fence, but we did put vinyl. We have a long vinyl fence in the front. It doesn't go along the entire berm. Instead, we have like not crushed rock, but.
Riprap.
Riprap.
Like a,
I mean, all in all, what we were just trying to do was we were just trying to handle the permit conditions. I don't think your site looks bad at all. I mean, it's just different. Like that riprap berm we weren't anticipating.
Right.
But all in all, I mean, it's not like it's a terrible eyesore.
I mean, if you saw the property before I took over, it was an eyesore.
Yeah.
So it's.
Yeah, I remember we did a
completely-
site walk with, I thought it was your mother.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
here.
Yeah,
It's
we did a
completely
site walk,
different-
I don't know, God, that was a long time ago. But anyway, I remember going before you had anything there.
Yeah.
and then one of the major points which can be done would, I would say, transfer to the current site plan would be install Jersey barriers at the rear, delineating the riverfront boundary and erosion control line for no activity or storage to be conducted beyond the Jersey barriers.
Yeah, I have a picture of when we first developed the site, and for some reason, we have like hay bales that are all along the back, and if you go now, all the, woods area has grown over that, so we're not encroaching at all on the original plan.
So that, since it was more like a construction yard, so that was the intent, because things just occur. And
Yeah.
there's been encroachments not on your property, but I'll say it, maybe others along that same stretch. So
So you can
something,
just put
a
those
little bit
Jersey
more.
barriers like we talked about?
Yeah, we can put some Jersey
Perfect.
barriers.
Back.
Yep.
That's it.
That way we have a definitive line so that, you guys have a truck go in there, they don't know, they don't dump something back there or
Yep.
whatever.
Whatever tenant you have.
Yep.
Yep.
So there's
I mean,
that.
all in all, you guys have kept it
Okay.
up nice, so it's a lot of these, again, were more just housekeeping that we were trying to do than anything else.
Yeah, whether or not the new site plan would supersede these, or a couple conditions carry over
Yep.
in their scenario.
So just from
that
what I
right?
believe, I think the only condition that I see being no longer valid is the comment number 8, pave and stripe the fenced-in area. Because I believe, Alberto, correct me if I'm wrong, there was some original plan to have people start driving into the site, doing things, and then getting out. I don't think that's
Yeah,
the
originally
intent
it
at
was,
this point.
we have
that
a
was
scrap
number
license
8.
there as well, and we were moving our existing business from Benson Street down there, and we were going to have people coming off the street, and we wanted to fence in that area, but we scrapped that altogether. We didn't.
Yeah, so that was as you drive in on the left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we
Okay.
don't have that
That's
fenced in
number
area.
4 and number 5. Okay. All right, we'll take a look at that.
Okay, all right, so site plan. Nope, that's 2015 site plan, this one.
There you go.
Okay, let's go, that's good?
That's good.
Okay, all yours.
All right, for the record, Chris Anderson with Hannigan Engineering, here on behalf of Alberto Fiore, for the construction of a 5,000 square foot prefab steel structure to be utilized as a combination of a building trade shop and a potential contractor's yard. Both uses are permitted within this district. It's within the adaptive industrial, but we're doing this under the industrial zoning requirements. We do acknowledge that we do need approval from the planning board for the contractor's yard itself, as well as going to the ZBA for a special permit. At this point in time, it's not the intent to go forward with the contractor's yard until a tenant has been dedicated to that, at which point we have to go to the ZBA to get an actual special permit for that tenant.
They only handle the contractor yard aspect, correct?
Contractor's yard, yes. So it's requested that we permit this under the condition, or with the condition that this would also be potentially used as a contractor's yard, so we don't have to come back before the board in a few years or in a few months if he decides to go that route. So just as a disclaimer for everything else. But it's the intent to construct a 5,000 square foot structure towards the eastern side of the property. Currently, this area is predominantly a mixture of gravel and regrind pavement, so it's essentially a very durable surface. The proposed building will be located within this general area. There'll be a 10-foot, paved apron along the frontage of the building in order for vehicles to access the building without degrading the overall area. It just gives it a buffer between the building and the regrind pavement. The area will be accessed via the existing vinyl fence gateway that enters into this area of the property. That's intended to remain untouched and be utilized for the continued use of the property. The general area will just be regraded a little bit in order to get the water to flow around the building, so we're not impacting the building itself. Relative to stormwater management, we are proposing to bolster and improve the existing basin that's on the property now, just to account for the additional area, impervious area that's created by the building and that paved apron itself. At this point in time, we're not intending to do any additional water connections unless a tenant gets brought into the building that requires a sprinkler system. So that will not be necessary at this point in time. And we'll be connecting to the municipal sewer system with an airport road with a new gas trap and domestic services, typical of a normal industrial building. The site is predominantly shielded from Airport Road by, as we just discussed a moment ago, a relatively tall crushed stone riprap berm that blocks off the entire visibility from Airport Road. So effectively, nobody can look into the site from the road and see the day-to-day functions that are going on in the property. That's the general gist of the project. If there's any questions from the board, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Chris.
Any questions from the board?
I think it's pretty straightforward. I think that the use is compatible, and like I said, they've been there long enough and kept up the site. I have no concerns.
Do you want to go over to the left side where you just mentioned there's a slight modification to the screening with the dumpster near In Vogue, right?
Yeah, so,
So that on the plan.
so yeah, so that the only thing that I had was, and we talked about, was just making sure to screen the dumpster. You could see, clean up the vegetation there. I don't think we,
You wanted to pull up the plan and just show?
yeah. Just show it on the site plan?
Yeah.
I have the photos on my phone.
Let's
but-
blow it up a little bit, so, well, just so everybody's aware of what you're talking about,
So-
what you're referencing.
So this, let me zoom in as far as I can. It's hard to see here. All right, so this is Vogue Plaza on this side, the left-hand side. This is their existing building. There's a vinyl fence here and, just an exit?
It's a driveway, yeah, we don't really use it.
An
We
emergency
use-
exit?
It's an emergency exit,
Yeah.
yeah.
And this area here is just grass, as he showed in the photo. There used to be some trees there. It's kind of open to the two. The original permit condition was that they fence it off to separate the two, but it doesn't look bad. It just could use, especially back by the dumpster, the vegetation's gotten pretty high and looks kind of unsightly. You can see the dumpsters if you're pulling around the Vogue Plaza building. So we had just mentioned to, screen those dumpsters with some decorative fencing, clean up that vegetation. I don't think I want him to put a fence up. I think that'll just close off everything, and it's an unnecessary cost. It's not like it looks bad. It's just the dumpster, really. And like I said, all the brush that's getting higher.
Yeah, the brush could be cleaned up.
Yeah, but that's,
The
I mean, that's an
dumpster
easy
issue
thing.
is, if I close off mine, their dumpsters are right next to mine, and they're visible.
Oh.
They
Their
don't have,
dumpsters, where I took that picture facing towards your dumpsters, their dumpsters are on,
on their side of the
yeah, but they're
plaza.
on the pavement on their side, are they not?
They're on the pavement, correct.
screen?
Yeah, so it's separated from yours, meaning
They're separated, but they're from me to you, so my dumpsters are here facing
Okay.
the street, and their dumpsters are where you are, and they're right in sight as well.
Go ahead.
Yeah, she's
Sure.
got a good picture of it.
Yeah, I had one when we met on Friday. I had taken some pictures. I'm pretty sure I deleted them since then, but. Yeah.
This is the vegetation.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think if you clear up that and just do, like we talked about, just do an L-shaped fence, we'll deal with Vogue. Honestly, it probably shows fencing on their site plan.
I was
That
gonna say,
recent
why is
enough.
Vogue's not
They
screened?
probably are required to fence it. I'm not certain. We can look into that, but if you just do kind of back and side, so it just blocks off yours, and it shouldn't impact them picking it up. You can leave because the front's open to your yard anyway, so just
Yep.
leave that the way it is.
Okay.
So I think that kind of solves that. I'll,
Clean vegetation.
yeah, exactly. We'll look at the Vogue thing if that's something that needs to be done.
Do we have department comments? I see there's something from the fire department, but
Just the
others?
usual, well, let's see, I did have something from fire. Was it put in the previous?
Yeah, I believe Fire's comment was relative to accessibility around the building. I think he got kind of confused by the 10-foot apron around the outside of the building. That will keep intact, but everything else around the building itself will be that hard packed gravel, regrind paving that any truck or of any size really can drive on and be satisfactorily supported.
Yeah, so all I would say, at least as far as Captain Kerrigan's comments go, that obviously the material that you use for that be, suitable hard pack so that it doesn't,
It's going to be
it doesn't turn mud.
It's going to be a hard packed surface just by the nature of the tenants by themselves.
Yeah, they're gonna need it.
Oh, I'm certain. I just want to make it a permit condition so that there isn't a mud issue there. That's all I'm saying.
Gotcha.
So however he worded it, I forget exactly how he worded it, you know what it said. Basically that his trucks won't, get stuck there. I'm just going to put subject to Captain Kerrigan's comments.
Yeah, in short, it's designed to support the weight of the vehicles
Yeah, it
under
should
wet
say
and dry
something like that.
conditions.
Yep.
And the captain had one other comment. It appears the building will not need a sprinkler unless the use of the space requires it, such as a parking garage, a commercial vehicle repair, woodworking, or other hazardous process. Work with the building official and fire department in regards to the use requirements. as I understood from the applicant, we don't know exactly at this point who the future tenants are going to be.
I think that flag would be thrown effectively during the building fit up for the tenant.
Okay. Nick, do you have any comments regarding this application?
I didn't have any major comments on this one. I guess this is a question for Chris, though. Just regarding the assumption that the soils on site are sandy and hydrologic soil group A, have you guys done any test pits just to confirm that, that assumption?
Not in this area, no. We are using past experience within this area. This is located right along the Nashua. It's predominantly extremely sandy, so if you would like to, we can go out and do some soil testing, have you guys witness it as well, just in that area of the basin expansion, just to confirm.
I mean, I guess my suggestion to the board would just be to require that during the time of construction, soil type is verified and any adjustments to the size of the infiltration basin is adjusted.
That's good, Chris.
Yep.
Works for me.
Perfect.
We'll have the machine there anyway, so.
Yep, exactly.
All
Yep.
right.
Good.
Is there anybody in the audience with their hand raised, either in person or virtually?
Nope. Just so you know, there's 3 people virtually, and I know who they're all
Okay.
for, so.
All right. In
Or
regards-
Mike does. Mike has given me input as to who they're for.
All right. So
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
a motion's made to close the hearing. All those in favor? Or is there a second?
Second?
In a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, discussion?
Make a motion to approve the site plan for Fiore, 5,000 square foot contractor storage building at 158 Airport Road, subject to the following conditions: install Jersey barriers to the rear of the site to be consistent with the prior site plan approval. Provide some decorative screening to the dumpsters to the rear of the site, and clean up the heavy vegetation there. Subject to satisfaction regarding to Captain Kringan's comments regarding the hard pack that they're going to be using, required during construction to verify soil types regarding the infiltration basin size.
And that it supersedes the prior site plan? Number 8, no longer required.
Yeah,
And
I
the
mean,
modifications to the frontage, I think number 4 and 5.
I
Would just be
I was just going to let the other
current
special permit
conditions?
stand by itself and just kind of write a new special permit for this. That way, if any of those, if they're not done, it's not particularly an issue. Meaning, we can't modify that special permit with this anyway. It's in different, we're not doing the building, we're just doing the site and the new use, not the old site. So
Good point.
just let that stand alone, because none of them are problematic, and just handle the ones we want redone, the
So
Jersey
let's just
barriers
say
and
that
the screening.
Well,
so
the
to eliminate
special
the
permit would
conflict.
run in perpetuity,
It's not a
so.
special permit, it's a site plan.
Well, the old one.
Okay, the old one was a special permit?
No, the older one was site plan.
Yeah, they're both site plans.
I'm mistaken, I thought that
That's
was a
fine.
site
So,
plan.
CBA decision is that one.
That
That's
one
the
will
one.
probably trump everything.
so merely my point was, let that stand. It's not, none of those are violations or anything substantial. Just create a new site plan for this one and reiterate the ones that we want to get done, like the Jersey barriers, screening the dumpster.
We'll just make clear that anything that's in conflict, particularly like the frontage piece, it could be per existing.
Yeah, we can
that-
clarify.
that.
That's fine. I have no problem with that. You can add that to my motion.
All right.
Second?
A motion's been made with the second. Roll call, all those in favor say aye, all those opposed say opposed. Alex?
Aye.
Alin?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Paula, aye. Laura?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you, guys. And thank you for meeting last week.
Yeah, no,
I
thank
think
you.
it helped to solve, some early issues, so good job.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Well, hello again.
Hello. I'm back.
It's back in a flash.
It's
2 back to back?
I had
Yeah.
one
No.
question before we get into this.
Okay.
Hold on, I have too many windows open here.
I'm excited about this one, too.
Okay, good. I was just checking to see how it was written. Okay, good. No, all set. The special permit component, Paula, that we had talked about.
All right. Moving forward, our next hearing is for a special permit and site plan review for KCMC Management demo and build new Dunkins with drive-up window at 125 Main Street.
And Chris, since you have a lot of attachments to this, if there's anything specific.
So why don't we start off with this page first, because it's kind of a very impactful thing to take a look at what's there now. Just for the record, again, Chris Anderson with Hannigan Engineering, here for you for KCMC Management, Inc., for the redevelopment and reconstruction of an existing Dunkin' Donuts facility at 125 Main Street. Just so everybody's can correlate themselves on the page, we have Main Street that runs along the lengthwise of the page, and you have North Street that runs up and down the page itself, and that's effectively the intersection of North and Main on the lower left-hand side of the site. So currently, there is an existing structure that's utilized as a drive-in and dine-in Dunkin' Donuts restaurant. Access to this site is pretty much all over the place. You can pull off of Main Street and North Street to enter into the drive-through lane. But at the end of the day, the drive-through lane empties out right into the intersection and within the travel lanes of Main Street, and causes obviously a very significant traffic issue on the site that is going to be hopefully remedied by the anticipated approval. But effectively, we have this. We also have several catch basins and stormwater drainage systems that tie into the municipal sewer system. So this is part of the combined sewer area of Main Street, as well as having several domestic connections and whatnot like that as well. So if you can go to the next page.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, one more page.
Okay. Just tell me what you want.
Oh, you're good. So it's the intent to effectively wipe the slate clean on this property. So instead of that, we'll demolish the existing building, and in its place we'll construct a new facility that will be approximately 1,700 square feet that will be continued to be utilized as a drive-through and a dine-in restaurant itself. As part of this project, we're effectively redesigning the entire traffic pattern on the site. So the aforementioned exit lane from the drive-through is going to be completely cut off, so that there will no longer be a means of egress from the site itself. We're going to continue to utilize an existing curb cut along Main Street. That will be narrowed down quite a bit in order to constrict the traffic flow and to provide a much more defined traffic lane. This intent is to be only utilized as an entrance and a right turn only exit out of the site, so we will not be crossing additional lines of traffic and effectively removing the traffic concern in that area. The primary entrance to the site will be located along North Street. We're going to be widening that in order to allow for additional traffic flow. What's going to happen is that the intent is that vehicles will, no worries. Will enter off of North Street and enter into the Q lane that will effectively wrap around the entire building, and then ultimately directing traffic out onto North Street. This provides the 240-foot queuing length that's required by the ordinance, so we're in compliance with that in order to provide enough queuing. We're providing additional patron parking along Main Street now, so there'll be an additional 8 parking spaces along that for handicap accessibility and for people coming to the site and picking up their orders. Another benefit to this is there will be a walk-up window, so for foot traffic coming through this area, because it is within the university area as well as the T station, it's going to be more advantageous for people walking through the area just to stop in, go to the pickup window, and leave without actually going into the facility. And there'll also be an additional patio area as well. We'll be providing additional 6 parking spaces along the northern portion of the property abutting the fire station, and that'll be primarily utilized as employee parking and temporary areas for unloading and loading of product onto the site. This site typically only sees about 2 truck trips a week, so it's a very short period of time frame that this will be utilized. As for stormwater management component, because this is a critical feature of this site, it's considered a redevelopment. We're removing approximately just shy of 2,000 square feet of impervious area, which lends itself to improving the stormwater quality on the site. As part of this, we'll also be disconnecting the combined sewer system connection, so that'll be completely eliminated, and new sewage or drainage connections will be made to the main within Main Street. Due to the nature of the site and the general degraded quality of the property, the ability to install a stormwater system that provides detention and retention is not very applicable, just because of the tight frame or tight area for construction, but the reduction in impervious lends itself to that natural increase in recharge. But we will be providing a water quality device prior to discharge to the municipal system. So effectively, the mass majority of the entire area is being captured, treated, and discharged into the city system. Sewer system, we'll be providing the required grease traps for the kitchen flows and domestic connections. It's our intent to reutilize the existing combined sewer system. Right now, that's a 12-inch RCP pipe, which is absurdly large for your typical sanitary flow. So what we're proposing is to have that line cambered prior to construction and have it relined so that it will be effectively a 12-inch plastic pipe instead. We chose this method over replacement of the pipe right off the bat because it effectively reduces the amount of work we have in Main Street and limits the disturbance in that area as well. We'll be anticipating to connect to the existing or utilize the same water connections for the site. We'll be providing landscape islands throughout the property as well, including creating an additional landscaped island between Main Street and the parking area to provide a little bit of extra green space.
Thank you.
And just by the general reconfiguration of the property, also providing miscellaneous landscaped islands and everything like that around the site. We did meet with the planning department on Friday. We will be providing additional low shrubbery screenings around the enclosed dumpster pad, which will automatically be a vinyl fence to begin with, but just something to help break up the view line along that as well. So we'll be able to provide a much more formalized landscaping layout plan closer to construction once we know what's available from nursery stock, and we can get you a better plan of what's going to be going in there. Besides that, I believe the only department head comments we've seen so far were fire department. They had concern regarding the traffic pattern and the loop configuration. So typically how we were kind of expecting the fire apparatus to enter the site and exit the site were to come off of North Street, pull into the drive aisle directly behind the parking lot spaces and do their function there. But there is also the ability for a fire truck to loop itself around through the drive-through lane in an emergency case in order to get in and around that area. So it's large enough to accommodate that. We do have some concrete rumble strips separating the abutting property, the gas station property from ours, as well as a small rumble strip at the exit or the exit entrance along North Street, more as a dividing line. So vehicle traffic coming in and coming out doesn't interact with each other negatively too much. It also allows for larger vehicles like the fire or the delivery truck to get through that area as well. There won't be any signage or any vertical obstructions in that area, so they can drive over it. It's going to be flush with the surface, your typical rumble strip. And I believe the only other department we saw was a quick memo from Nick Erickson from DPW. He hadn't had quite a significant chance to take a look at everything, but I'm more than welcome to hear any input from Nick on that.
Going back to fire, just very quickly, I think one of the things that they had said was, I don't know, an immediate or a future long-term concern of interrupting traffic on North Street.
Yeah.
Just to that, how many cars fit in your queuing lane here?
240, or the 240-foot lane, which equates to about 12, 15 cars, depending on
How many would you say fit in the queuing lane currently?
Currently?
Yeah.
If you got 10, I'd be incredibly shocked.
So 8 to 10, maybe, something like that?
Yeah, because if you go there on a Saturday, it's
obviously
going into the gas
queuing
station.
now could be, past that queuing lane because it kind of just goes to open pavement. So, say 10. The bottom line is you fit more cars or as many cars at least into this queuing lane as you fit currently.
Absolutely.
And as far as you know, and I've since we met on Friday, every time I drove by, I've kind of kept track of how many you see. And while it does max out on that queuing lane, I haven't seen cars that are, interfering with site traffic. Like they're worried about, or I would be worried about interfering with queuing lanes on North Street. So we don't see any anticipation of cars waiting on that far side of that building?
I don't see that becoming an issue right now. I've been staring at this site for the last year and a half, and I drive by because I live right up the street, and I drive by it all the time. It's on a Saturday morning, I drive right by it because it's pure chaos and insanity. I've seen traffic pulling out to Main or diverting itself into the gas station, so it does get quite a bit of queuing. It's not a lot on the site already, but increasing that queue length and giving that extra capacity on the site, in addition to providing that, even the queuing, if somebody were to come into the site, they can park and get into the facility as well. Right now, parking and the queue lane are one and the same. There's no differentiation. So that kind of also compounds onto the fact of drive-through traffic currently backing up onto the site. So I think increasing the queue length on the site, as well as providing actual parking spaces that don't interfere with one another, is going to drastically, hopefully, knock down that queuing onto Main Street as much as possible.
Well, you've also improved the pedestrian access on the site as well. I like the idea of the walk-up window and the patio you have displayed there as well as the crosswalk piece adjoining the Main Street sidewalk over through the parking lot. That actually, I think, like in CVS works out well. They actually define it with a different color, like brick versus stripe. Anyways, there's actually like a path showing for pedestrians going from like across the parking lot, almost like a walkway.
So like an alternate surface treatment on that little
Right,
cut-through
so it's
attachment.
lasting, and it's just like, here's your
Yeah, here's your
roadmap.
basic concrete sidewalk along Main, and then do some kind of a different texture, brick, something
Right.
for the interconnection.
Are you redoing sidewalks?
There will be some, just by the nature of the site.
So the ones you do, there'll be granite curbing and concrete sidewalks?
Correct, so
Perfect.
right now.
I just want to make sure we're consistent.
Yeah, right now, there's 3 areas that will definitely be impacted just by the nature of construction, but as you can imagine, this site is heavily disturbed already, so the likelihood of us disturbing something else within the sidewalk is highly probable. So whatever we do damage beyond the current limits that we're showing now would definitely have to be replaced, vertical granite curb, concrete siding, the whole.
Right, and you know, if there's a situation where, you know, particularly while you're pouring concrete, if there's a 4-foot section of sidewalk that you didn't disturb but is damaged, I don't think that that's the case, but if you see it, then repair it.
And you mentioned you'll be adding some landscaping between Main and the parking area.
Yes, I
Yeah,
did
that'll be
provide
good.
a colored rendering. I don't know if it got into
Yeah,
the
I do.
Dropbox, but it's shown on that, and we
Yeah.
can make that into
Yeah,
consideration.
I'll pull that up.
Pull up the renderings, that would be nice to see. There we go.
That's your generic Duncan building.
And
If go up to just below,
That just
Color render.
There you go.
here's a much more pretty
Oh,
color
okay.
version of it. But we will provide a couple low-growing shrubs right along the backside of the vinyl fence, just
dumpster,
to
yep.
break that up a little bit.
That too.
I do like the idea of the added landscape opportunities. I think that's real important for that corner. And one thing I did notice on the site plan, you had mentioned an outdoor patio.
Yes.
It says on the site plan that subject to final decision. Is that something that has been decided?
It's
Or-
it's 99%
Design, I
likely
think
it's going to happen. The final design and configuration of it's still subject to change.
Uh-huh.
It's obviously within an area that sees a lot of foot traffic during late night hours when nothing's there. So that's the primary concern is trying to get that area secure so the area doesn't become destroyed.
Okay, yeah.
it's this area right here, Peter, the one that's
So it'll be
facing
right in that
CVS.
location right there.
I think it'd be nice to have a little outdoor area.
Yeah, no, it's a strong design consideration that they're wanting to utilize because of the university, the T traffic and foot traffic in that area.
Excellent. Are there any board questions?
The exit onto North Street, I work right across the street from there at the university in the train station, so I see a lot. I'm really happy that you're not going to have a left-hand turn coming out of there. Because it's crazy out there. But anyways, my only concern would be sometimes there's a big backup coming from the university, especially say 3 o'clock, when classes get out, coming down north onto Main. And if you take a left-hand turn, is that going to get backed up? I don't know. you know, if somebody's trying to take a left-hand turn, but you have to wait, that light going that way is really short.
Yeah, no, that is a concern. So that is something we'll take into consideration. Obviously, if that does happen, it does take a little bit longer. The queuing space on the property will accommodate that extra time. Typically, granted, I don't drive there every morning. I'm sure you do often. But typically during the later afternoon hours, if you get 1 or 2 people in the drive-through lane at a time, it's not unlikely. So I think during the late afternoon hours when everybody's leaving, that sudden surge might not be as impactful as.
Yeah, I don't think there's much traffic more in the morning coming that way, but I do know that sometimes it's hard to pull out of there.
No, I personally been in the same boat, sitting at that light for a few moments, waiting for a space to open up, so.
Well, I was extremely excited to see that opening at the intersection coast.
I was too.
That's a vast improvement.
Especially when someone tries to take a left, going towards East Fitchburg down there, which is just a nightmare.
That and the 30-degree slope coming off the parking
Yeah,
lot.
right.
Adds to the fun.
Everybody goes off that curb.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yep.
Any other comments? Then I'll ask the public.
Definitely an improvement.
Yep.
All right. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak on this matter? Please raise your hand using the hand function. Raise your hand function. Nothing?
Make a motion to
no one
close the
hears
public
it?
hearing.
Wait, department comments?
Hey, Paula, would you mind if I?
Oh, sorry,
Yes,
Nick.
Yeah.
Overall, huge improvement over existing conditions. So I've got one comment and one suggestion. So the comment is regarding the sewer service. So the sewer service to the building combines with the sewer service to the adjacent convenience store and then goes through a single pipe out to Main Street. So my original comment to you, Chris, I think was to see if you could take a look at ways to separate those two, just because it's never good to have a shared sewer lateral. It always ends up turning into a finger pointing contest when some problems arise and you got to figure out who's paying for what. So that was my suggestion there. If that's not possible, and I kind of understand the concept behind reducing number of cuts into Main Street, and I like that idea, I'd like to see some sort of legal agreement between the two property owners stipulating who's responsible for what in the event of a failure. So obviously convenience store guy would be responsible for everything up to the manhole. Same with Dunkin's. And then I guess it would be like a shared 50-50 cost from the manhole to the connection point on Main Street. So some sort of like easement language that's recorded with the property owner's deeds, I think would be appropriate in this situation.
I don't see an issue with that. The easements and everything like that between the two properties are being rewritten in its entirety, so that can be easily addressed as part of the legal review.
Okay, perfect. And then the suggestion that I had, and this goes back a number of years, Mike O'Hara, I'm not sure if you remember this, but we had a presentation on smart growth principles and how they apply to Fitchburg. And one of the comments or recommendations from the smart growth team was to, with development such as this, slide buildings towards the street and put parking in the back.
Right, like a zero lot line on the street.
Yeah, exactly. So if we're considering outdoor seating here, and this would require a redo of the site plan, unfortunately, Chris, but basically the principle would be to install that type of outdoor seating kind of in the along the Main Street frontage where you have those parking spots, slide the building down into the left, and then put all the parking up above and to the right. And then you'd probably have to reconfigure the Main Street curb cut to an entrance only. But just something for the board and for the applicant to consider. Might be something worth looking at. I don't know, just throwing it out there.
So, to the board, I can talk about that. So that was one of the things we did look at originally. Even though this is a predominantly drive-through and a pedestrian footpath, that does see quite a bit of people pulling in and parking. So that's where we developed this layout. We started running into issues with getting the actual trucks in and around this site. That's why we've trying to push the building further upland, closer to the fire station, in order to get that adequate turning maneuver in that site. So that was something that we did review. And relative to the, the patio area, the security of that area is a very significant concern for the landowner. And keeping it as close as physically possible to the actual building is critical in order to keep that feature onto the site. So that's why we've kind of kept that area as close as possible to the building, so.
Okay, understood. Thanks, Chris.
Yep.
Thank you, Nick.
What about, where you, I know you have like the handicaps, I'm just talking out loud here, the handicap spot on Main Street, and then you've got the little the markings of like the crosswalk to the building. Should that be more of an entranceway, like the landscaping cuts straight across it? Do you open up the landscaping
I
there,
think
or do you make it so, or do you want to not
That's a-
encourage pedestrians to walk across?
Nope, that's an error in the rendering. There's a concrete pad there.
Okay.
So the,
So it's like an opening so that would kind of promote people to,
yes, exactly. So, and I apologize, I didn't catch that till about 10 seconds ago. But there is a concrete pad that immediately backs the backside of the maneuvering aisle for the handicapped area. So there is a direct connection between the sidewalk along Main to the front of the building.
okay, yeah, so
yeah,
that's the
that's
piece
an
I was
actual
talking, like, right,
existence,
seeing
yes.
that's that piece I was talking about, to have that, yeah.
Yeah, that's
spot.
actually in existence. I apologize, I didn't see that till now.
Is it just saying that's a helpful connection for the pedestrian and Main Street piece, so it's not just, I have to, you have to walk completely around it. Any other department comment, Mike? Do we have anything from
Just
police or?
an approval from Fitchburg PD and the building department. Mark.
Okay. Thank you. So it looks like we have all our feedback.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
A motion's been made with a second to close the hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve the special permit and site plan for KCMC Management, demo and build new Dunkin' Donuts, 125 Main Street, subject to the plans provided with the following notes. Replace any damaged and/or displaced sidewalk and curbing during construction. Address the combined sewer on-site per DPW's comments. Repair the area near the handicap space that Paula just mentioned. Replace the, I actually had, this is the first thing I had from before, replace fencing around dumpster. You're going to do a new dumpster pad, right? The existing one's moving.
yeah,
It's moving
whole new
to the
dumpster.
left-hand side, yeah. So, and I know it says on there, subject to,
It's going to be vinyl.
it says it somewhere. I saw it not too long ago, right? It says vinyl in there
Yep.
It's the
somewhere.
enclosed dumpster pad, and then the detail for the actual
Yeah.
dumpster pad shows solid wall fence.
Yeah, yeah. And the only other outstanding condition I had is that no cars may queue or encroach onto queuing of North or Main Street. So you can't have cars waiting in the street.
Yeah.
If you do, it becomes a problem. It has to be solved. That's it.
All right.
Second?
Motion's been made with a second. All those in favor say aye. Roll call. All those opposed say opposed. Alex?
Aye.
Alin? Amanda?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. Laura? Aye. Great.
Thanks, Chris.
Great, thank you very much.
All right. Okay, let me get situated here.
The next hearing on our agenda is a special permit modification for Revolutionary Clinics for the addition of an external extraction lab at 1 Oak Hill Road.
Hello.
Hello again. Kyle Burchard with Goldsmith Preston Ringwall to bring this back before the board, adding additional context to it, adding additional modifications to the existing special permit site
It's a
plan.
new- There was a new one other than 524. There was one for 6 June.
Say that again?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm just trying to figure out exactly which ones we're going with here. This one? Is this great?
That's good.
Okay. Just try and zoom in as far as I can.
Okay.
Okay.
Zoom out one tick, there's probably another drawing that we'll look at more specifically with the C1D1 extraction lab. And that, with me tonight is Dan Bryant from Revolutionary Clinics, the Director of Extraction. This is certainly his project to get that piece of infrastructure in place for the operations. But after the board's comments last time, there was certainly additional context and evaluation needed in order to bring it back to the board appropriately. So I've added several modification requests to the existing special permit site plan towards this end. Very briefly, there's the lab itself, which will be permanently affixed to the ground on a concrete pad, tied into the building infrastructure. Then there is a waiver of the 300-foot requirement, section 181, 464.5A. Then there's kind of a call back to previous history on this project, which had granted an expansion of Building 5, and in exchange for that, to reduce some of the parking area that was up near Oak Hill Road at Cleghorn Street. So we'd like to rescind those two previously granted approvals. In addition to that, there are some additional modifications to the parking. When the extraction lab goes in, it will remove 3 parking spaces. In the exchange of the Building 5 expansion for the parking area up along Oak Hill Road, there's a net gain of 10 spaces. Plus, there's an area up in the kind of the corner of Building 5 where it had been a gravel anyway, and
You scroll it
they
just
would,
a little bit.
right, if you scroll up, so up in that corner, you've got a couple of
Shaded
hatch patterns there. The darker one is the previous Building 5, which would come off of the approval, and then next to that is where the gravel parking area would be proposed. In addition to that, there's a request for kind of finishing off with landscaping and so on, as well as in unison with the screening that will take place for the extraction lab. And then previously, there had been an approval to install 2 very large emergency generators up in the corner of near Building 4 and to Building 5. Currently, there's a temporary generator that's there that needs to be properly situated where the previous generators had been proposed, except it doesn't need to be as tall any longer. It was going to be a very tall 16-foot fence or something, and now we'll come back down to something around the 9-foot range, consistent with the rest of the line of the vinyl fencing that's there. Finally, in the back of the building, it had been approved previously to configure dumpster and waste areas back there. There was a larger array of dumpsters that were proposed back there previously, screened, but the consolidation of all that has proven to be the way to go, and that is the new plan that we would like to present to the board tonight as well, to consolidate that waste area in the back. There are currently some dumpsters that are somewhat of a holdover from the construction sequence. We'd like to clear all those out of the front courtyard to be able to consolidate everything in the back where it belongs.
The dumpsters in the back, that's the dark bowl to the north.
Correct. There's 2.
There, okay.
They'll be side by side. 30. I think it was 34 or 35 cubic yard dumpsters. It depends on the manufacturer. And they have compactors there as well. One is for the organic waste. One will be for just regular trash. Then there will be a third dumpster just to the right of the overhead door that's on Building 5. That will be a recycling compactor. So that's the overview of what I'm bringing to the board tonight for Revolutionary Clinics.
Can you explain on the extraction lab portion, that I see that it's going to be now all fenced in?
Yes, it changed
The
in
access
position.
point will be within the access point won't be through the front door? It'll be through a door?
Correct.
Okay.
Took the board's comments to heart and understood tried to discern what it was that was not working with the previous layout. Tried to bring it back into the building. It pulled farther away from Cleghorn Street, and there's been, again, there was a meeting with the fire department that helped to also form the way that this came about. There's a lot of technical matters regarding the way that this is to be situated. So yes, it did come farther away from the main entrance. It's now fenced in unison with the existing CO2 storage area that's there. And it will be only accessed through the middle access door from the building. And it's completely secure with key card entries and emergency crash bar egress from the area. It's completely contained within the existing wrought iron fenced area that connects to the CO2 area. So it's all just one white vinyl fenced enclosure area. And part of that is the basis of the request for the waiver from the 300-foot requirement. At this range, it's only less than 300 feet away from the Anwelt Apartments. It is double.
Do you know the distance?
It's 239 feet from the exterior wall. And there's, in the written document, the request, we're 239 feet from the nearest wall, the Anwell Heritage Apartments, 145 feet from the public sidewalk on Cleghorn Street, and there will be constant camera surveillance. There is a protocol for bringing the material out from the building and directly into the lab, and then the reverse that is worked up, that's in the appendix to the application on the very last page.
How often does that happen? Particularly the finished product from the lab to?
Well, the lab operational hours will be between 9 and 5, and how often during a day, I think there's a feeling out of how that will work. It's maybe not set. It's due to probably demand and just operationally.
Right, but are we talking every 10 minutes, every hour, every 5 hours?
The maximum will be once an hour.
Once an hour?
So again, the entire lab is surrounded by a white vinyl fence. It won't be visible from nearby areas or from Cleghorn Street. There is no public access in a couple of ways. It's kind of inside an inside compound of its own. And, you know, there are adequate, and that's one reason why there are adequate measures to prevent product diversion to minors, as stated in the ordinance, with adequate buffering, and despite being less than 300 feet from the apartments.
Are the lab operational hours, are you only having that one shift, 9 to 5?
Correct.
Is that also for, like, to enhance public safety aspect of that? Because of, I guess, I'll say a fire department response at 3 a.m. versus, I don't know.
Well, I would also be concerned that, I think a permanent condition is if it does
That's
get
why
to that
it's
point,
like
that it doesn't go past 5, particularly for the noise part that we were talking about. Now, the 70 decibel or whatever you had talked about before.
60 decibels would be the peak.
It's only 9 to 5. It's only while it's running though, right?
It's only 9 to 5. Now, again, farther away from Cleghorn Street and within that fenced enclosure, that's a substantial muffling factor to any noise that would be coming out from just, let's say, whoosh of air.
Yeah, see, I was thinking more of the actual windows in Amwell that's facing this. They're the ones that are going to hear it.
Well, you know, sound is a little bit complicated to understand. As you go away from the source, you dramatically drop how much you can hear, and you probably won't be able to hear it from any of the windows in Amwell unless you're have very good hearing, maybe the hearing aid is turned up, or you just have, you're listening for it with some kind of a microphone.
It's a moot point as long as it's going to be a permanent condition if we get to it, that it's only running 9 to 5. Monday to Friday?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Because these are going to be permanent conditions again, if and when we get to it. We still have to have the question answered about the safety hazard aspect of butane. Now, I did some research in the meantime, and there isn't a tremendous amount around here that I could gather. I know none of our facilities in Fitchburg offer it. And from what I gathered in public meetings, the reason for that was it's dangerous.
So we also made sure to look into that. We've looked into it. That is a perspective that is really not supported by the information that we have, because there are anecdotal things. You may be able to go onto YouTube and you can find fire and so on and so forth from illegal labs that were not designed for
No, we had
this.
professional engineers tell us they weren't doing it because it was dangerous. We've had 13 people in here, different cultivation operations, and they all said, don't worry, we're not doing that, it's not worth doing.
I don't know what to say in response that they said that explicitly, that they feel it's too dangerous, but.
Well, no, I'm not saying they all did, but
Okay.
we've heard that, yeah.
But I understand the concern, and it's not an invalid concern. There's a reason why it's a special type of unit. There are many layers of safety mechanisms, automatic safety mechanisms, as well as battery backups. It's on the emergency generator system. There's the alarming, the sensors are all designed to be at much below there being any concentration that would allow it to ignite. It's designed to remove the sources of ignition. It's automatically vented constantly all the time. And if there's any detection that's at, a fraction of what would be the explosive limit, so we're talking about LEL, the lower explosive limit, I think it's at set 2's 20%, and it goes from 900 CFM to 4,500 CFM, like that, to
Does it just expel that into open space?
Pardon me?
Does it just expel that into open space?
It does, because it's about dispersion. There's no concentration. It's about the concentration that is potentially providing the issue, which the emergency systems that are there, the safety systems that are there, are designed to prevent that condition from ever occurring.
Okay.
So not only is it removing sources of ignition, but it's removing the ability for the concentration of the gas to show up, to be present.
Do you
Even
know
though the facility is designed with that presence of that in mind, it's not allowing it to occur.
Does the CCC track and or do you know, even ballpark, how many facilities are operating butane extraction?
I don't.
Excuse me. To my knowledge, at least 5 in the state. And, we would certainly be the first in Pittsburgh, but we wouldn't be setting a precedent for the state.
Wow. I mean, if there's only 5 in the whole state, there's a lot of facilities, which means there's a reason why 90+% of facilities aren't doing this. That's what I'm trying to get at here. What's the benefit? Other than profit. What's the benefit to our city to allowing you to do this?
Well, obviously, I've operated in Massachusetts legally, and specifically in Fitchburg since 2016. At other facilities who looked into it, and not only that, consulting in other facilities. And typically, the decision to move away doesn't involve safety, but it's also more not wanting to invest in the facilities that are required to do so. For example, a CO2 extraction operation only requires a CO2 detector. So, from a cost standpoint for them, they don't view it as an investment. They want to make it safety. The efficiency outcome, and without getting into the technicalities of the chemistry, it is a chemically more efficient process, both in throughput and time, and the solvents involved in this type of extraction are chemically better suited for that type of production of cannabis. And Rev Clinics being fully committed to investing in all of the safety features involved, we view that the investment into the safety features is worth the expected outcomes that we will get out of the operation. Same as the other operators who haven't decided to make that
Yeah, I mean, if you guys were located, say where, you know, what's the one where Chem Design was? If you were located in the middle of nowhere, this wouldn't be an issue. The problem is where you're located. That is the principal issue. Now, I had a conversation on the phone yesterday with Captain Kringen about this, and I wanted him to elaborate on fire prevention's conversation, because their letter was more of, this is what you have to do if you're going to do it, not these are what the fire department's concerns are. So I wanted to talk to him about the actual fire department concerns. And he said that the principal reason why the fire department is okay with it, or at least one of the most important reasons, were you're going to be moving and removing your, he said, ethanol extraction. Is it ethanol?
Correct.
Okay, your ethanol extraction from inside the building, to get rid of that entirely, to do this just outside the building?
Correct.
Okay. And I don't know if I misheard this, but he said, or I thought he said, that the fire department didn't know that that was ever part of the original approval, having ethanol in the building, and they were very uncomfortable with the ethanol extraction in the building. Was that ever part of our special permit approval? I don't remember a conversation about that.
I'd have to look back. I don't recall what the extraction.
And I'm not saying the fire department said this. I'm saying, because Captain Kringen's new too, so I don't know if I misheard something, but he basically said the fire department was uncomfortable with ethanol extraction and was happy that it was being moved out, and then he mentioned something about we didn't even know it was going to be in the building to begin with. So it got me to the conversation in my head, at least, of, was it ever permitted? Do you have City of Fitchburg permit approval to have ethanol extraction in the building?
I mean, that I can't answer
Okay.
personally.
You might just look into it. That way, if this doesn't go anywhere, that you're legally doing that now. Because the CCC might have approved it, but maybe the city didn't? I don't know.
I can't answer that.
Yeah, that's fine. But either way, the good point was, they said that the benefit that they saw was getting that out of the building, which they felt uncomfortable with, which, fine. He did say that, and I'm sure you're aware of this, that they're going to require a gas detection system inside the facility.
Inside the unit?
The new.
It's already in there, so yes. I mean, that's part of the package of the unit that
I
comes
figured
and
as
gets
much.
mounted. Yep.
Yeah, and then the container's an explosion-proof container, he said, which I suppose I took for granted and assumed it was going to be, but.
Yeah, I was wondering about a worst-case scenario and what the radius.
It's designed not to reach that point. The backup systems and that happen will prevent that from happening.
I mean, in the event of catastrophic failure, it would be roughly the equivalent of 4 or 5, grill propane tanks. Part of our agreement and understanding with the fire department is that part of mitigating danger is to limit the amount of active solvent present on site. So we have agreed with them to limit the amount that we would actually store or use in any given time.
Because I suppose what I'm trying to get at is, I still haven't heard a good reason why it's a benefit to the city to allow you to do this. I see it only as a detriment, aside from getting ethanol outside of the building. I haven't yet heard a reason why this is why you should allow it. And that's the core of this. I mean, again, it wouldn't be a problem if you weren't adjacent to senior housing, but you unfortunately are. It's already, even though the danger might be minimal, there is even if it's 1%, there's a danger there. We're dealing with flammable materials outside the building, and that's, in and of itself, so let me ask you this, where's the propane itself stored? Inside the container?
In a cage on the exterior of the
Outside
container.
Okay.
Face of the parking lot, or the building, between the unit and the building?
It's currently facing the parking lot.
So what you see up on that screen, is that the little circle on the right-hand side of that building?
Oh, the rectangle at the bottom right, yes.
So this right here?
Yes.
Okay.
There's in the appendix, I think, like one of the last page about security, there's a close-up of the enclosure. I'm gonna do that too.
No.
The appendix is a
Far down?
separate file.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I can
separate
get to
file.
that. Oh, right here. Oh, right there.
I think it's,
Keep going,
yeah, you keep going.
keep going.
Oh, there's a closer.
There you go, yeah.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
Oh, okay, I see propane tank cage on pad. Okay, so right where this is.
And the ingress and the egress to the building's right in the middle of the building there. not-
Wait, you obviously, you have existing CO2 enclosure. CO2 is done away with entirely once you're done with ethanol extraction?
No, the CO2 enclosure is actually a cultivation-related.
Oh, okay. I didn't know, okay. I didn't know that they.
We only intend to remove the ethanol extraction.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I didn't know the terminology. Okay,
No worries.
And where's the CO2 presently located?
right there, existing
Just to
CO2
the right
enclosure,
of
just to
it.
the right of it,
Where?
right here.
Thank
Yep.
you. Sorry, I couldn't see your mouse.
That's okay.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
There's a blow-up of that, Paul, at page 20, 21.
No, I think that was the one.
Do we have any
This
feedback?
one's this is the, the security drawing.
You're right.
Oh.
This is a good view, though. It shows you kind of.
Did we get feedback from the police department on security? I'm interested in that.
Matt LeMay's on.
Yep.
Captain,
Oh.
do you have anything you want to say?
Can you hear me okay, folks?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay. I was down at the site earlier today, trying to get a better idea on where they were going to locate this extraction lab. My only concern from a security standpoint would be if personnel is exiting the building and going into an outside facility, it puts into a position where it compromises the security of the existing building, having people coming and going. I know that they said it was going to be fenced in. My only concern is that it's a secure fence.
Secure fence.
It is a secure fence, yes, sir.
I don't know, is that going to be the case where the fencing is going to enclose the structure, keep outside pedestrian flow from it?
You're breaking up a little bit, but it will be the case that the fence around the extraction lab is a secure fence. It's connected to the building and also to the fenced enclosure around the CO2 canisters.
If it's worth noting, it would also be limited access to.
Why don't you sit in that chair just so they can hear you? I'm sorry, I wasn't even thinking about it till just now.
It would also be limited access to only extraction staff, not even the general staff of the building.
Okay, my major concern is somebody from the outside going into that area for a theft concern or a break-in or something of that nature. That's my concern, is it would be accessible. Somebody could see that as a good entry point if they want to, create a break into that building or try to break into that other structure that you plan on having for the extraction lab to try to locate product. That would be my concern. And now, if you're telling me that it's completely enclosed, I'm assuming it's going to be all on video anyways, because you guys put cameras everywhere.
That's right.
But that would be my major concern, would be that someone from the outside would see that as a viable place to try to break in, to gather product for their own personal use. And that would be concerning from the police department standpoint for a security issue.
There also won't be any product stored in there when it's not in operation.
I understand that, but outside people that see people coming and going may not understand that. So someone that wants to commit a crime may not know there isn't product in there, but they might think there's product in there and try to break into that area. And that could be concerning.
So what's the height of the gate, the fence that's proposed?
The screening
Vinyl?
fence will be the same height, which I believe is a 9-foot fence.
So it's 9-foot white vinyl? Or is it vinyl? What, the type
It'll
of
be
fence?
white vinyl.
White vinyl facing that area. I see an entry gate card access reader from the parking lot side
That's right.
for the purpose of, Why you have the white entry there versus just exits?
Changing out the tanks within the secured compound. You have to get entry into that wrought iron gate fence compound. Then you have to have that security card to be able to get through that.
So just to be clear, you pull up to the site, there's the wrought iron fence, you get in there, and then you have this vinyl fence security area? Okay, so there's 2 checkpoints to get through to get to?
Yep.
Okay.
To get in the unit itself, there's another card reader at
That's
the rear,
correct.
between the unit and the building.
That's right, and there's a separate gate from the building egress to then get into the extraction area where the lab itself is.
Can you explain, it looks like bollards towards the front of the box.
Just
What
to
is,
protect the fence and ultimately the box itself.
yeah, but to the right of it.
To the right of it are existing bollards in front of the CO2 enclosure, is that?
Oh, okay,
These
that's what,
ones?
yeah, it's not marked, so I'm trying to
Yeah, 'cause it's already
understand
there.
that. So there's existing, and that is also a continuation of the fence.
That shows right here, existing CO2 enclosure, existing bollards.
Right, so that's the same gate, though, following, and the same gate goes down where the the pad goes, and it's going to surround all those enclosures.
Correct. If you look at the elevations drawings in the drawing file, which is in the, there's 3 files, I apologize, I should have lumped them all together.
Which, just tell me when to
At the
stop.
at the very end here, and if you zoom in now in the middle one that's there, almost,
Yeah, hold on one second.
Yep.
I'm getting there.
right there.
Okay.
So that would be your line of, and you can see the
Okay.
outline of shrubs and landscaping that's supposed to break that up a little bit, but they didn't fill in very well. But the line of that fence will go across there.
Okay. Yes, okay.
Are you all set, Captain LeMay?
Yes, I don't have anything else to add from a security standpoint. The fencing, it protects it, it keeps it out of sight. Again, an outside structure like that, my only concern is potential theft or somebody trying to break in and not realizing what's actually in there that could cause more harm than just trying to steal some product.
I certainly, like we usually do, and especially in this instance, Captain LeMay, I certainly would, if and when we get to the point of making a decision, would make it subject to FPD review and walkthrough prior to them utilizing this.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
It's also, the hours would be limited to 9 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Right?
Any further questions? I do have a question back on the, you mentioned about the parking lot. Why are we leaving, is it being left gravel between Building 5 and Antwell?
Well, it kind of is the state today, and I know that additional stormwater requirements will kick in if it's paved, and it functions very well as a gravel lot. And I think also when Building 5 does eventually develop, there'll be the need for some flexibility in front of Building 5.
And I know we talked about this, but what's the current total employment?
So the total employment, I know that there, I don't know what the total employment is. I know what it is per shift, and I know that.
What's the maximum shift employment?
Maximum is 140.
Okay. And we're, how close to total build-out of the entire site?
Well, Building 5 has to yet be
Right.
built
How
out.
close are we to total, meaning at total build-out, what is the upper end of total employees you anticipate?
So I don't have that projection. I understand the question, but I don't have that due to the fact that a lot of the employees that are currently there and working would be just utilized in the maintenance of the additional growing spaces that would be in Building 5. Now, you know, they've handled the parking issue. It's certainly a concern. It's noted in the letter from the Anwell Apartment Management that through time, there has been some actually crossover. Some of the Anwell residents like to park over, and so recognizing that they were getting close to a capacity issue, they just went to a second shift that was staggered in such a way as to allow the first shift employees time to gather their things and leave to make room for the second shift employees. Second shift, as I understand it, is somewhere around 60. So there's a lot of room there to, before it starts to reach towards capacity again. Now, I think
the only reason why I asked that is, and we've obviously already approved the special permit, it's just recently been brought to my attention that parking's an issue. When, obviously, I think when we did the original permit, and it's a good problem to have, that you're successful, you have a lot of employees. I just want to make sure that, that it's on your mind that if parking becomes an offsite issue, it becomes something that you have to handle with your employees, meaning you bust them in, don't allow that many employees. I'm just trying to take this time to convey to you that that's important.
Absolutely is important. That's why we did point it out specifically and wrote it up as such to explain that it has been dealt with proactive, well, a little bit reactionary. I mean, unintentionally, the amount of employees increased, recognizing that there was a shortage of parking, reacted very quickly to stagger the shift. And then, there's been discussion before about, again, possibilities, but if there is a capacity issue, that there are nearby areas that there could be a shuttle or of some sort, and the employees will be, will have to conform to that.
We've talked about it. I saw your letter. I understand. I just want to convey to you that I know that you're not a total build out. So if it's a problem now, I only anticipate it to get worse. So just keep an eye on it. That was the only point to that.
Do you have any employees that cycle to work? Do you have any employees that bicycle or cycle to work?
I've observed maybe 3 or 4 bikes locked up, but
I was going to say, do you have accommodations for bicycles, either indoors or out?
There are spaces inside the building where bicycles could be brought.
Okay.
And there, inside the secured area, there are spaces where bicycles could be
stored,
secured.
I'm just thinking of alternate transportation pieces there, encouragement. Also, back to the gravel spot, how many spaces are there? Can be accommodated, and since they're not delineated on gravel, it's kind of hard to tell. That's the other aspect of the being gravel.
12 standard spaces, and if there needed to be some delineation of that, we could put wheel stops or something that would work. You can't paint it.
No, curb stops may be helpful. Something to delineate the parking spaces. Unless just pavement.
I think this only becomes a significant issue when you start creating more space there, because I think the staggering, at least it sounds, has solved the current issue.
It has.
It's just, if you add 30 more employees, then.
I'm also thinking that, but I'm also thinking of here's the beauty of the courtyard being finished.
Right, making it look better. I hear
Make it look better, since it's proximate to the residential building too, that it's not looking like a gravel parking lot.
Sure. We try, again, there is a landscaping plan that we're bringing forward to try to finish off this courtyard and bring in what we can into the interior spaces. There's an island to demarcate the end of that row of parking that's on the gravel, as well as, handicap parking that's tucked in closest to the Building 5 entrance, and regreening some of the existing paving that's there. And bringing in what horticulturally makes sense. It's not subject to it doesn't have the capacity for a large stand of trees, but the trees that are proposed are appropriate for that space.
So as long as one of the requirements is dust-free for the parking lot. So whether or not it stays gravel or regrind or something material.
Is dust an issue? Do you have, like, people pulling in there? Is it actual gravel, or is it regrind, or is it just?
Well, it's been a group of materials over time. I think what's now there is stone. It's probably like half-inch stone, which functions pretty well.
I have no problem with making a permanent condition that, you know, maintain dust-free, if you have to spray it down or if you have to do whatever.
Careful what you spray it down with.
Yeah, right.
Let's see, any.
The $1 million question and the constant complaint that one counselor always brings to my attention is the smell, and says it's still a problem.
So we reached out to the health department and didn't get back with him until the submittal date. So I didn't have that information, and as soon as I talked with him, the director, who said that he had received, he had record of 5 complaints, October, February, March, April, and June. And he said that when he gets that, he delegates, he sends out his inspectors, but there was they didn't detect an issue. No report was filed or so on. Now, I'm not saying that that's.
I've yet to personally smell it, and I try all the time, but I have had several people mention this to me, people that live in the area, so it's clearly a problem. The $1 million question is, there's something wrong with your mitigation plan. I mean, clearly, I've heard it from more than one person, so there's no way everyone's lying to me.
So
Coming down, when you come down Oak Hill Road, because I dropped my son off at Monty Tech for some reason, instead of doing Depot, I go that way. And as soon as, not every day, and it's in the morning. So, I mean, I'm
maybe
going
it's
by
the
there about
organic
7:30.
material in your dumpsters, or, I don't know, but clearly there's something not right with your maintenance plan, so we're gonna have to look into that, and that's something that is, I mean, I've heard one complaint from one person about Ethos, but aside from that, those are the only 2 complaints, and I've heard many about your facility. So I don't know if it's the old windows, I don't know what it is, but you guys got to do something.
And if it's a certain
'Cause it's a
periods of
problem.
time, but it shouldn't occur at all.
Right.
It's not to be expected, and I am kind of concerned that we did receive a letter from the abutter at Antwell, from the manager, that says that she expects that there's going to be, she notifies the prospective tenants that there'll be an odor. And it's like, there shouldn't be an odor.
Right, well.
So they're aware of that, so they shouldn't be concerned or complain because.
Right. So there is a substantial amount of filtration that's already in, carbon filters that are in the various parts of the facility and the grow rooms, and then there are several areas that have additional filters not in the grow room spaces, but that also provide filtration. In response to the board's comments of last time, we've had discussions additionally about it, looking to find out more information about what, who's where are you?
Excuse me, whoever's in the audience, can you just, if you need to talk, you can go out in the hallway.
Time of the year, time of the day, when it happens, maybe it occurs more frequently when there's a harvest taking place in a room, et cetera. It just comes out, it's no longer contained inside the grow rooms, you get into the common spaces, and then that vents out somehow. So there are a couple different ways that we can look at a more effective, or some additional effective things to capture whatever the problem is. And so we can bring that back to the board.
I mean, again, this is just another, just have to look into it. You have to do what you need to do. I remember Bert, many years ago when he was involved, they did some carbon filters and stuff the first time that was a problem. And then I don't know if things died off, but I mean, more recently, I'd say the last 6 months, I've had a couple people approach me saying, oh yeah, 1 Oak Hill Road, we know, we smell it every time we go by there. I try, I haven't yet, but
Yeah.
maybe I just might be there at the wrong time. I'm not there in the morning, so maybe that's it. I don't know.
Odor issues require further investigation
Yeah.
and mitigation.
Now, you guys, you have an operating and maintenance plan for how you maintain all that stuff, right?
It's based on the manufacturer's recommendations for changing out the filters every, it's every
You may
1
have
to
to
2
increase
years
that.
is what's recommended on that. Certainly, as we look at an effective way to control it better, we will add to that.
And maybe it comes down to there's something that you're not aware of, like, air leaks through the windows. It very well could be.
It could be, it is an old building, but there was a lot of sealing up that was done.
Yeah, you guys have things within the building too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, it's something, it's at least something that you need to take to heart, so.
And my understanding, well, from reading, is the proposed extraction lab is sealed. I mean, there's closed loop. So there
So
should
the
be
extraction-
zero odors.
The equipment itself doesn't allow any odors. Dan can probably speak to that. He understands the process much better than I do.
Yeah, the entire system is sealed, and product is sealed when it's moved in and out of the building. There's a brief period where you're loading those machines. That period's probably 3 to 5 minutes. But other than that, the only time you would actually have a possible expulsion of odors would maybe be in that kind of emergency situation where it's being vented out, but it is not included in any kind of normal operation.
And the anticipation is that never happens.
Correct.
Okay, good. That's kind of what I was hoping, yeah.
Yes.
I didn't want you to say, well,
catastrophic
once every
failure.
4 hours we vent everything out.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Only in an emergency situation that is, never to be expected.
Okay.
I like definitely the improvements that have been made from the initial proposal. I'm still, as Paul mentioned, just still under that concern is it safe enough for where the location is? It's not out really in an industrial park in the back 9, it's right here.
I mean,
So-
I do want to
Just
kind
wanna-
of go where I was going to go with that conversation, was I completely agree with what Paul is saying, and I've been fighting over this for the better part of 2 months now.
That's the struggle. I'm trying to
But-
figure out what would help, like,
I was going to say, but
retain that.
But my final thought process on the whole thing is, fire, I don't want to put words in Captain Green's mouth, but it sounded like Fitchburg Fire is happier to get the ethanol out of the building than to deal with this particular issue in and of itself, meaning it seemed like it's less of a potential fire hazard just by moving that out of an old ancient building. And given that they've more or less given their blessing with their requirements, aside from anything that, Steve Curry could have said, which he's had plenty of time at this point to tell us, while I fight with it, I also don't have anything other than conjecture to fall back on, so I wouldn't vote against it.
I wouldn't mind having those in writing, though, those
Having what in writing?
Captain Kringan's comments.
He did. They're
They are in
somewhere.
writing? I thought we had a conversation.
Yeah, I did, but I had a conversation with him. My conversation was, I saw his comments, which they're here somewhere. My conversation was, while I see your comments, I want you to tell us if it's something that you really think is a hazard.
Paul, there's comments that they were in the packet?
Actually, so we held a meeting with Captain
Fire
Grignan
department.
and also Lieutenant Jordan on the 7th of June, and we came up with the minutes from that meeting. And it's on our letterhead, it's our memo that we sent back to them to say, this is what we all talked about, this is what we had, that one.
Yeah, right.
So it's a lot of the technical information that goes along with it to explain what the nature of this thing is and how many safety measures there are to keep it from ever reaching a dangerous level. I think Dan is being circumspect to say, to even qualify, yes, except in the event of a complete and utter failure, which has to go through several levels of sensors. There's also a dry chem fire suppression system that's inside the unit, as well as the venting that is constant during the operation and surges if there's any detection that's, I think, at 20% of the lower explosive limit. As well as audible visual alarms coordinated with the fire department to be, to indicate that, hey, this is a different kind of substance, so unique lighting for it and so on. So I don't think Mike received any comments other than that memo that was circulated by the fire department.
Right, we got the email.
One note when Captain Cringham back on June 22nd commented on several, which I think was forwarded.
I got it right here. I'm just trying to find it.
I have attached notes from a meeting that I attended with representatives from the clinic on site, which we were looking at just now.
Right.
Attached is the discussion points of compliance in regards to fire department concerns. We look forward to the final reviews with the building officials. This project is going to rectify the concerns of ethanol inside the main building, and the hazard of that process will be removed.
Okay.
So anyway, yeah, what Mike said. I was gonna say it's here somewhere, but there's so many things to go through before a meeting, I can't find everything. Anyway.
Out of that, I didn't get any new comments from him or specific validation. I hear what you're saying about the removal of the ethanol.
No, I think your summary on your letterhead was concise. Again, I get it. I understand completely what you're saying. What I was trying to say at the beginning of the meeting, what Paula and I have talked about in the past, was that we were weighing well, what's the benefit then? What's the reason? And I do see one, and only one, the same thing FFD saw, and that's removing ethanol extraction from inside the building, because they deem that to be somewhat of a fire hazard. I don't know what level, but they clearly deem it to be a fire hazard. So to move it and contain everything you're doing extraction-wise in that little, box, for lack of a better word, I suppose that's a benefit.
It's a net improvement to safety.
Yeah.
That's what we like to go with.
Yeah.
I'd like to feel comfortable with, I should say, is that it's the improvement to safety. Particularly, we're looking at, again, the 300, foot waiver back to residential use there. There are picnic tables and other things in that courtyard where other non-employees and employees could be in proximate location to this. It's not like in the back of any place, out of sight, out of mind. It's pretty much there in the forefront. So that bar of safety is pretty high.
In Fitchburg, they were very willing to work with us on setting that precedent, which we're fully committed to working with them on. And we're fully committed to safety and the investment in that.
And I'd still like to see a mitigation plan in a certain timeline, whether it's, 60 or 90 days or something regarding odor, additional investigation and mitigation measures.
How about we say a formal response and any additional mitigation you might be doing within 60 days?
Yes.
Because I agree too, that's, like I said, especially because one of the ward counselors usually makes it a point to mention it to me. It's his ward, and I think if anyone hears complaints, it's him.
And I'd like any other board members' feedback on the proposal?
Well, I personally feel that, Revolutionary Clinics has made a really significant investment in Fitchburg, and they've been good neighbors, and they employ an awful lot of people in this city, and we're glad to have you here. And if Revolutionary Clinics feels they need this new technology to expand or to grow, make their business even better, I'm all for it. And I think that you've addressed the safety issues, the security issues very well, and I don't think you're going to go forward with this at all unless it's perfectly safe on your part. So I see not a problem in the world, and I'm glad to help you guys out.
Thank you.
Two quick questions, and they're very simple ones. First one is, does it end up with a better product?
Correct.
Okay.
I was going to ask that in
Okay.
response to why.
Yeah, okay. And the other one was, It'll come back to me. Someone else first. That was one. I have another one. No,
I can bore you with the chemistry if you'd like.
Amanda?
no.
Do you have any-
I knew it must, but
Okay. Laura?
No,
Additional-
I was more concerned with the fire department comments.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
oh, I know what I was going to ask. The second question, another, you might not know off the top of your head, but if you ballpark it, so you said 140 employees for first shift, biggest shift?
That's my understanding.
Okay, so figure 200-ish employees total, something like that, ballpark, give or take a few?
No, I think it's higher than that. I think that the second shift is about 60.
Okay.
But
well, the reason why I asked that is, let's say it's between 200 and 300. Do you know how many are Fitchburg residents?
I can't confirm that, but I know that a large number of them are.
Okay. Just curious.
I remember
I know several of my employees are, at least.
I like to get,
reaching out because Paul Boschman asked the same question about, oh gosh, it might have been pre-COVID, and they have some data on that. It's probably a couple of years old. I can check on that.
Yeah, just a curiosity question. I'm sure someone's going to ask at some point, so,
I'd like to
other than me.
ask, does Alex or Alin have any questions or comments or thoughts on the proposal?
This is Alin. Once again, I am concerned with the safety issues just because I do live a couple of streets over. So, once again, I appreciate the fire department's feedback and take everything under consideration.
Yeah, I agree. I think the safety concerns, after hearing from the fire department, I'm a little easier to move forward with this and knowing that this is going to be good for the area as well, so.
Okay. And no other, we did hear from a couple of the departments. Nick, did you have any comments?
I did not on this one. It doesn't really impact anything that DPW has any sort of jurisdiction over.
Okay.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
It was the same building. The police chief had no comment about it.
Okay.
But Captain Kringan does, obviously.
I think is looking at, as long as there's further review from the police department, subject to periodic checks, and we'll find out what type of periodic checks by fire department. So whatever is they want to do to validate the operations, or again, another safety check.
Yeah, I had a pretty...
Beyond things of that
I
nature.
had two pretty broad conditions that might alleviate those for you. I said subject to any Fitchburg Fire Department requirements and subject to Fitchburg Fire Department, Fitchburg Police Department review prior to utilizing the facility. So...
Well, I even meant like after use of the facility. the
Right, that's
fire
why I
department
said the
checks.
first one was subject to any fire department requirements. I assume that they have...
Well, they may not have a requirement for this because it's new, so. it's
Yeah,
just
no, we
like
can add, I mean, we can add yearly, we can add the opportunity for a
maybe
yearly
6
review or
months,
something like
or
that.
we'll check with them on what frequency maybe they would be, they'd like to see.
Yeah.
Along those
Yep.
natures. Lab operations between 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. Said it would be permanently affixed. We're talking about improving of the landscaping in the courtyard and the parking situations. I'll still say probably prefer that area to be paved and striped, so it just demarks and delineates the parking.
Okay.
Paula?
Sure.
There's a maintenance, like, safety inspections annually, twice a year, like, are there on that?
Safety inspections of, by the police and fire?
No.
Or
I think by building,
By
they're
building,
required
yeah,
to have
okay.
a yearly.
Right, I know that the city is in the facility often. I'm not sure how often. I don't know what that schedule is of what they hold, but I know that they're regularly in the facility to inspect or check. I believe that's part of the existing conditions.
And of course, that would also be subject to the building department review.
Mhm.
And as Paul mentioned, regarding the odor issues about further mitigation response.
Mhm.
There a timeline on that?
I assume this is the type of facility that goes up relatively quickly.
That's correct.
So I said a year for the last couple, but, I mean, I said 2 years for the last couple, but a year should be more than enough from the issuance of the special permit?
Yes.
Okay.
And a timeline regarding a response for the odor, 90 days?
As a plan
As a plan.
to implement then, and within that year. I mean, but sooner, I mean, it's, there's some evaluation that
Have a
needs to be done.
plan and then the implementation.
Yes.
You're talking about the smell?
Yes.
Yeah, I got,
Just
yeah,
trying to think of a
60
timeline.
60 days with a formal response and a mitigation plan. Or with the steps you're taking, you know what I mean by mitigation plan. The
Yep.
extra steps that you think you might be taking to help solve the problem.
Right, the timeline.
Yep, 90 days, 60 days, 60 days, 2 months, that's what we said.
Okay.
No, we said 60 days, and you said yes, right?
Yeah. 60
Right, that's what I
days
said
with a
earlier?
formal
You
response with a
said,
timeline.
I heard 60 to 90, but.
60 to 90,
60 is
okay.
reasonable.
60 to 90, that's fine.
Whatever
Been
you,
agreeable, so
Yes,
yeah.
that's fine, 60
whatever,
to 90
we
is
want you to
fine.
meet the deadline, so.
Yeah, I mean, we're not meeting in July anyway, so we're almost 60 days to our next meeting, and well, not that far, but
2 meetings in August.
we have one meeting scheduled in August, we have one meeting scheduled the second Tuesday in August. We have the fourth Tuesday as a tentative if we need it.
Oh, we're gonna need it. We
Well,
always.
what if something new comes in? I mean, are you intending the second meeting to just take the spillover from the 9th?
Yeah, most likely, right?
Yeah,
I
the
thought that was the,
spillages
I thought that was the
happened.
anticipation.
Well, let's.
I mean,
wait,
we had said, we'll wait and
we-
see. By the time we get to the 9th, we'll be, at that point,
Yeah.
the week before, when you usually send us the proposed agenda, we'll know what we can handle, and then we can decide then if we need to notify for the fourth Tuesday.
Yeah, okay.
That'll give us almost 4 weeks.
Safe to say we're gonna have 2 meetings in
Well,
August.
I hope not.
It's possible.
I got more
It's
vacation to
possible.
use.
We will see. August is, yeah, it's tough
This
because you.
one's supposed to end at
It's
10.
tough because you lose board
exactly.
members in
So
August, too.
back to the matter at hand.
Yes.
Revolutionary Clinics, 1 Oak Hill Road.
Yeah, make a
We have
motion to
a-
close the public hearing.
There's a motion made to close the hearing with a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those
Aye.
opposed? Okay.
I'll make a mo-
Discussion.
I'll make a motion to approve the special permit modification for Revolutionary Clinics, 1 Oak Hill Road, subject to the following conditions. Let's see, what order do I want to do this in? Hours of operation, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. The exterior equipment isn't to be running outside of the hours of operation. And when I say that, I mean the equipment for the extraction facility, because I know you have other stuff that runs. Delineate parking and explore possibility of paving the additional lot if necessary. Install the gas detection system as required by Fitchburg Fire. Opportunity for periodic review for Fitchburg Police, Fitchburg Fire, and/or Planning Board. I shouldn't say Planning Board, and/or Community Development Department. Limit stored solvents per your agreement with Fitchburg Fire, subject to any Fitchburg Fire Department requirements, subject to Fitchburg Police Department and Fitchburg Fire Department review prior to utilizing the facility. Stop interior ethanol extraction once this is up and running. No on-site, no off-site, on-street parking by employees, so neighborhood streets. Maintain the area dust-free, look into the smell, and develop a formal response and any mitigation within the 60 to 90-day period prior to this meeting. I think that's, I'm sorry, 1 year completion from the issuance of the special permit.
And subject to periodic safety checks by various
I had
departments.
that.
You have that.
I said that, yeah. Opportunity for periodic review for Fitchburg Fire, Fitchburg Police, and Community Development.
And building.
Sure. And city departments, I'll put.
Second that motion?
A motion's been made with a second. Roll call, all those in favor, say aye. Opposed, say opposed. Alex?
Aye.
Alin?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. Laura?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
And thank you very much.
Yep, good luck.
Good luck to you guys.
Thank you. There were a lot of
Appreciate it.
hurdles
Thank
there,
you.
so
We will.
All right, I think that's, these are all the permit conditions for the last 4 we did.
And there is a special permit and site plan review for Pristine Choice Realty LLC for 4-unit residential 147 Daniel Street. They have a request to withdraw without prejudice.
Make a motion to give leave to withdraw without prejudice.
Second.
Motion's been made with a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say opposed. Okay, leave with withdrawal granted. Our last public hearing for the evening is special permit for Seventh-day Adventist Church at 424 Main Street regarding parking relief. Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hold on 1 second, bear with me, I gotta go back to, pull up the Dropbox. Nope.
You can decipher Paul's notes.
Oh, here it is. All right. Okay, there we go. And what would you like me to pull up? Anything? We don't really have anything, because,
It was just a plan. that
yeah,
showed the
there's a floor
exterior.
plan.
My comments.
What's that?
I'm just trying to find my notes.
Zoning determination form intent.
And
We do have, I don't know, you probably haven't seen them because they're very new to today. We have some comments from Community Development Department about.
I did see a letter about 4 o'clock today, yes. I do have that.
Okay, good. All right. So why don't you just give us an overview?
Sure. Southern New England Conference of Seventh-day Adventists, on behalf of the Fitchburg Seventh-day Adventist Church, which currently has its home at 179 Pratt Street, has this property under agreement. And we're here tonight as part of our due diligence to be sure that we can purchase this building and operate the Seventh-day Adventist Church here. As you may guess, this building does not come with any parking. Pretty much the entire lot is filled by the building. And because of the change of use from retail to a church use, we need parking. The building commissioner initially thought that we may have been exempt, and in the end, he said, no, you need a special permit. So we're here tonight to ask you for a special permit to use municipal and street parking for the members of the church and their guests, of course. We typically meet.
In lieu of Pratt Street or in conjunction with
in
Pratt
lieu,
Street?
Pratt
So what
Street.
are you doing to Pratt Street?
It'll be sold.
Okay,
It'll be sold.
okay.
We're currently negotiating.
Dave, is there a reason why you looked at me like that? Are you buying it? Yeah. Why?
Maybe.
Okay. Because that leads to other questions, but okay. Not about this site, so.
So some questions here are, how much parking would this generate? Is this an additional, like, expanded use from what you currently use at your present facility? And
Yeah, this is a larger facility, yes. That's the reason for the move. It's a
Okay.
larger facility, it's a better location. This is, more downtown. Pratt Street's very residential, public transit, all those kind of issues. That's why the church favors this location. As you saw the planning director say, the sanctuary at 316 seats translates to 64 parking spaces.
I don't have that.
And again, it comes with 0. I thought that, by the way, the planning director's letter was more than thorough. Lots of statistics, lots of knowledge, lots of research. I think you did a great job evaluating our request.
Do you want me to read it? Because
And
I
it
haven't had a
seemed-
chance to read it either.
You can,
It seems favorable to the way I read it, so if you want to read it, that's fine.
I'm not sure if other board members have been able to see it.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, no, I
so,
haven't seen it.
Just found out of it.
Mike, do you have this in front of you? Tom's letter? Can you read it? And I only say that because I have half a screen, so I can't see everything.
Oh, sure. Okay. Sorry.
I mean, I can read that.
Head to that item in the Dropbox.
It's like a hard copy, Mike.
Sure, if you have extra.
I mean, you can hand it to me too if you don't want to read it, Mike. I don't care, but it's tough for me to read because I have the guest
All
list
right,
stuff.
well, there's a page and a half, so it might take a while, so, or until, definitely before 10. Applicant at 424, 438 Main Street is proposed to renovate the ground floor building of the building for use as an A3 place of assembly and is seeking a special permit via section so-and-so for relief of the parking requirements. The parking requirements of the section can be interpreted based off of number of seats, linear footage of benches, or total square footage of the development. Absent any scaled plans, my determination is based off of the number of seats on the sanctuary, 316 in total. I am making this assumption that the fellowship hall will not be utilized simultaneously. Provided that is the case, based off of those figures, the parking requirement would be 64 spaces. My assumption is that the heaviest parking volume for this use would occur on the weekends, particularly on Saturdays. The applicant is within 800 feet of the Putnam and Mill Street garages, as well as the quasi-public FRA-owned parking at 166 Boulder Drive, behind this building here. There are a total of 117 spaces in the lower Boulder Drive entrance to the Mill Street garage, and 115 spaces on the upper Main Street entrance to the Mill Street garage. In the lower lot, 60 spaces are available to be reserved. At this time, there are 55 reserved spaces occupied, leaving 5 spaces available to be reserved. Demand in the Mill Street garage, according to the 2018 parking study, peaks at 41% at 6:30 p.m. in the lower garage and 37% at noon in the upper garage. In the Putnam garage, there are 3 areas for which a permit may be purchased. The first is reserved, where an individual may purchase a permit for a particular space where no one else may park. These spaces are undercover. There are a total of 148 reserved spaces. Currently, 57 spaces are occupied, leaving 91 spaces available. The second type is non-reserved, where an individual may purchase a permit to park in a particular area but not a particular space. This area is undercover. There are a total of 123 non-reserved spaces. Currently, 102 of these spaces are unoccupied, leaving 21 spaces available. The last section is the rooftop. The spaces on the rooftop are also non-reserved. They are not undercover, and there's a total of 89 rooftop spaces. Currently, 22 are occupied, leaving 67 available. There are 61 unreserved spaces on the first floor of the garage, which are available for hourly parking. Demand in the Putnam garage, according to the 2018 parking study, peaks at 37% at 12 p.m. on the upper floors and 41% at 6:30 p.m. on the lower floors. Were the applicant's customers to park in the directly adjacent Mill Street garage, this would, at peak, utilize approximately 1/4 of the demand of this garage. This is a section of the downtown which has heavy retail and restaurant uses, many of which are quite active on the weekends. Further, this section of the downtown includes Riverfront Park, and Cushing and Mill Street, 2 spaces for active public assembly. Mill and Cushing is currently being rebuilt into a pedestrian plaza, scheduled for July 2022 completion, and Riverfront Park will see an event stage developed in the spring of 2023. At the same time, on-street parking was removed as part of the two-way conversion so that the Mill Street garage will be critical to accommodate the parking supply lost through the conversion. I would recommend that the applicant work with the parking clerk's office, which is in the city treasurer's office, to seek permits to park in the Putnam Street garage, which has a much greater capacity to support the needs of this development, of this use. Were there a need for more proximate parking for the elderly or patrons with disabilities, I would recommend the applicant split reserved spaces between the Putnam and Mill Street garages. In the future, should this arrangement pose challenges to the city parking supply, I would strongly recommend the church consider discussing the availability of the Fitchburg Redevelopment Authority parking at 166 Boulder Drive. This is parking that is largely utilized during the work week, aside from River Styx Brewing, and would be a good opportunity to utilize the ample parking capacity during Putnam Place off-peak hours. I look forward to seeing this new use open up in the downtown. Tom Skorowski, Director of Planning Community Development.
Thank you, Mike.
Could you confirm that the first portion regarding, there's some assumptions that between the seating and the assembly area, they wouldn't be simultaneous?
Yes, yeah, that's, yeah. Morning service in the little classrooms that are Sunday school, as most people call it, then to the sanctuary for the preaching service, and then to the fellowship hall for lunch, and then go home. Yeah, they're not typically used simultaneously. Wedding, reception, go home. Funeral, reception, go home.
So that's fine, that's fine as a permit condition then, that you don't use them together? We don't want to maximize, we don't want to create a situation where you have so much demand that you create a strain on any one of the downtown parking areas.
Yeah, I don't know how we're to control the use of the building and say, well, you're in this room, no one else can be in that room, but
Well, what do you mean? You're gonna be utilizing the space, isn't this your facility?
well, it's a church. I mean,
Right.
the preacher.
Don't you tell who can, like, if you have a wedding, the wedding can be this day, the
Oh,
ceremony
sure.
can be this day, so just don't schedule two things on the same time.
Yeah, exactly. I don't picture a wedding in the
I'm not saying
sanctuary
you
and a
can't
wedding.
have 5 people sitting in the function hall. I'm saying
Thank
you
you.
can't have 200 people in the function hall and 200 people in the church at the same time.
Fair enough.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
Just don't have 2 functions together,
That makes sense.
running concurrently.
Yep.
What's the parking lot you have now on Pratt? What's your current,
That
Use of the
lot
lot.
has parking in the front of the property.
right, no, but how many? Like, what is your current,
35.
I just kind of look at what your present utilization
You
is
filled that
towards.
lot, your lot now,
Yeah.
Pratt?
Yeah.
So you probably have 30-ish cars?
Yeah, there's about 200 seats. If you remember, we allowed a lease to the Frankfurt Street development.
Yes.
Before we did that, we made sure we had enough seats for our parking, so we didn't create an adverse condition for ourselves. So.
Is that about this, so this is about 100 more seats than what you
Yeah.
have? Okay.
Yep, just about.
All right.
And Pratt Street doesn't have much of a fellowship hall. The fellowship hall is very small. This has a much larger fellowship hall space.
I mean, I think the side benefit to this is it's great. We're going to bring more people downtown. It's just, we just want to make sure that, I think the only permit conditions that are necessary are that you don't have, 1,000 people in the building at once by running both things concurrently.
Yeah.
And that you don't overload the one parking garage that Tom is concerned with, which is Mill Street. So I think the permit conditions really only need to be, just don't have everyone park on Milk Street, meaning, like Tom had said in this letter, try and encourage parking either where available on street or in the Putnam garage or 166 Boulder if you talk to the FRA or wherever. Just try not to overload Mill Street because that's the most convenient lot for Upper Main.
Yeah, I agree. All that's fine with us. I'll also note that we also are looking at potentially a lease agreement with the owner of the property directly behind the building at 0 Boulder Drive. It's lot 58A. There's a couple of lots that they're all 0 Boulder Drive.
Okay.
It's a vacant parking lot now. It's not in great shape, but the owner of that lot has said that he may enter into a lease agreement with us there. I don't think that eliminates the need for a special permit because of the
Who owns that
change
lot?
of use.
I thought.
It depends. The
Viola?
Sovereign Bank, right behind Sovereign.
Not Sovereign Bank.
Santander
But
goes
further
to.
upstream.
Yeah, the
Right.
owner is a Prasad Samdat trustee,
Who owns,
SBP Realty Trust,
Property on Main and Pritchard.
and the lot on Boulder Drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, okay. No, I was just curious. Yep. I know the lot you're talking about, and that'd be great, obviously that'd be great.
It's right out the back
Especially
door.
because it's private parking, but that's what everyone uses for parking when River Street, when there's functions at the
Right.
park,
Like,
Riverfront Park.
Last Saturday, yeah.
Yeah.
The only trouble is now, folks have to remember to look both ways.
There you go, that's right.
Right.
That's right, yeah.
Could I ask Jeff a question? There's another Seventh-day Adventist church is it on or just off of Summer Street?
On Summer Street, yep.
Just like opposite St. Bernard's Elementary. Does that continue to operate?
Yes, that would be our English congregation.
Okay.
That was the first congregation in town, and probably the only Seventh-day Adventist church in town for many years. This Hispanic congregation is much newer than that congregation.
Okay.
Same conference, same owner, same beliefs, same schedule, so on and so forth, yeah.
And can you confirm what the peak hours, the peak days or
It'd be
hours?
Saturday. Saturday peak would be 9 or 10 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Yeah, it's on the corner of another street.
Yeah, I know.
I couldn't picture the
Yeah.
building on
Which
Summer,
one?
but now I.
Summer Street. I was
the
just doing
Summer
the same as
Yeah,
her,
I
yeah.
forget
Almost
what the
across from St.
side
Bernard's,
street
the
is.
tattoo parlor, right across the street, in front
On the
of his
corner.
father's, I think it's his
Front-
father's
Father's
house.
Kane
yeah.
Street, or it runs down towards that way. Yeah.
His father's house headquarters right in front of our church there.
And we're looking at splitting the parking potentially between, at least taking a look at, you to talk with the parking clerk or the treasurer's office regarding seeking some parking
Yeah,
spaces.
we'll encourage people to lease spaces. You know, the commissioner talks about people leasing space individual. That's an individual thing. We'd encourage them to do that, sure.
Well, that might be something more of a church, not for individuals renting a space so they can go to church on Saturday. It's usually it would be up to
Usually the way we would do it with downtown
with the
businesses,
facility
the business
would
buys
rent,
blocks of parking
like
spaces.
certain spaces.
Or-
So you can
Control where they park.
control that part of it and give them out or assign them to people but you have, then you have that. Other than that, they're all just going to park on the upper deck.
Yeah, I don't
So you have
know
to
that.
have a little bit of control over, in telling them where to park.
Sure.
Jeff, you've met Ann, the city treasurer, when you first came over.
did, yeah.
Right, you had a short conversation. Ann would be the person to talk to.
Correct.
The city treasurer. Are there, other than on Saturday, from 9 to noon plus, are there weekday?
There is often a midweek evening service on a Tuesday or a Wednesday evening for a couple of hours, usually 7 o'clock, 7 to 8.
Oh, okay.
We call it prayer meeting. Usually a very small number of the congregation attends that, some of the most faithful. Pretty short service in the evenings,
Thanks.
usually after business hours.
Right, so there's those considerations. Anybody else have any comments or?
How much renovation do you expect to have to happen in the space?
All of it, because there's nothing there now. It's a big empty building.
Like,
There's nothing in there, zero. We're starting from scratch.
This is the lower level? This is the Boulder
No.
Drive level?
No, it's at the street level, Main Street level.
Oh, okay.
Main Street level.
So shacks?
No,
No, isn't it the old
well, south.
Fisher College?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm really dating myself now
Yeah.
when I said Fisher College, but.
Well, wasn't it Park Snow?
That plan you saw, is the first floor only, street level
So,
only, Main Street
was the
level.
next one.
will you do anything with the
Woolworths.
appearance?
It's between shacks
I'm
and
sorry,
the parking deck.
Yeah, the old college years
Yeah,
and
the
years and
college
years
used to
ago.
be there.
Woolworths.
Yes, it says Woolworths in front of the building.
All right.
Wait,
Back
there is?
Side, off
It's
on the
okay, there's
Boulder
dates.
side.
Real
My memory
close.
doesn't go back that far. I can't help you with that.
I'm sorry, you had a question?
Will you do anything with the front of the building? Any
The
improvements?
front of the building's in pretty good shape. Windows maybe upstairs, just to keep the weather out.
Okay.
We don't have any plans for up there, that'll be storage. There's no
Right.
renovation up there.
So you have no plans for the upstairs?
No, nothing more, not more than storage, limited
That's the
use.
street level one?
That would be above street, there's one level above, there's a front
There's a
portion.
basement too, right?
Yeah,
Right.
well, that's.
So the basement goes off
That's the
of
Boulder Drive view there.
Drive, like level that way, then on Main
oops.
Street, the first level is level with the parking garage. They have an entrance door right at the parking
Whoops.
garage.
Oh, God, it took me right to Boulder Drive. for
Yeah,
some
it does, that's the backside, that's the door that would come out to the parking at Zero Boulder Drive.
Yeah, that's why I said shacks, because that's what it looks like on the side.
Oh,
Right.
that makes it really actually close to the Putnam garage, too, both garages.
Yeah, because you can just walk
All
out,
right,
yeah.
hold on, I'll get there. Okay. Right there?
No.
Other side of the street, I think. No, down further, keep going.
Go on,
Back
down the
more.
side of Shacks.
There you go.
Right there.
That one.
Okay.
That one. So those windows upstairs are not great windows, and the weather comes in and out there, but we don't have any real,
So what kind of, I know it's a church, but, so what do you do with, do you have signage? Do you?
yeah, we would add some signage, maybe where it said Woolworths, it would probably say Seventh-day Adventist Church.
Okay.
What we put in all those, the window frontage?
That will be a lobby. If you go back to the floor plan, if you want to see that, it'll just be a lobby entrance here. There's two entrances there. We would use both of those entrances. You would see into a lobby, much like you do here at this building.
Okay.
Look into the lobby.
So no graphics or?
I don't believe so.
I was just thinking of things that would just, be boarded up or, you
No.
just wanted to, we
No.
just want to keep the nice perspective of, they can be covered aesthetically and
Yeah.
images and.
What's the ceiling height, Jeff, of the first level?
Right now, it's 12, 14 feet. We plan on a suspended ceiling or a rigid ceiling in the space of probably 9 feet, 10 feet. It's
so-
fully sprinklered, so we'll work with that.
I found it interesting, the little lawn striping for a basketball court in the rear.
Well, yeah, you see, in the Fellowship Hall area, yeah, there is some good height there. We don't know there's not to play basketball, but the members, they want to, move the tables aside and have the kids have room to play and gather, do some things, things like that.
And so is it the classrooms? So those are fronting on Main Street?
No,
No.
no,
it's
Main
back?
Street's on your right. The lot,
yeah,
there's Main
This is
Street.
Main Street.
Oh,
Boulder Drive is on your left.
These are
The depth.
this is the facade that we were
thank
talking
you.
about.
All right.
So there's basically like an entry vestibule here. The
Correct.
lobby,
Oh, so it's a
yeah.
big lobby.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
What kind of community services do you offer? I see community services.
Food pantry right now. There's a pretty active food pantry at Pratt Street. Over on Summer Street, there's an active clothing distribution once a week, Dress for Success program. Those two congregations may share community service activities there. It's
So
funding.
you may have a more active weekday presence as well.
Yep. Well, that's when it is. The food pantry is on the weekdays now. And one of the things that's attractive to this, in addition to the additional seating capacity versus Pratt Street, is the access to the community. No one's dropping in on Pratt Street. They're just not.
Right.
And there's other square footage here that if we can grow into that at some point, we do that and serve the community some more. It's a priority. We're currently working through budgets, making sure we can afford this renovation, but without parking, we're out.
Right.
Yeah,
Understood.
right. I mean, obviously, Tom's concern is my concern. And there's really no way we can do it other than to say, because I don't think we can say, it's not possible to say you can't park in the Mill Street parking garage because people are going to go there as private car drivers and just park there. We can say we are going to require you to buy spaces either via lease agreement across the street or Putnam Street Garage or lower Mill Street Garage so that we can actively encourage your patrons not to use the upper lot. The problem I envision is people are going to go there and then, obviously I would do it. Park in the upper lot. It's right next to the building.
Well, let me ask you this. Isn't the upper lot metered?
I don't think so. I never
No.
paid a meter there.
Didn't the parking lady talk about meters? People driving around, reading plates?
Yeah, but they're going toward getting rid of the meters and using those license plate readers.
So, and it's not a
instead.
question, it's not a question of revenue. I don't mind people going there. The problem is, if we have, whatever it is there, 60 spots, 80 spots on the top of that garage, and every Saturday you're taking 60 spots on the top of that garage, the rest of downtown from that block from Putnam down doesn't have parking. So that's the only issue. And again, I think it's great that you're bringing people to downtown. I just think we need to encourage, by way of you telling your churchgoers that they have to park here or here or here.
So
and
you have
not
to work
here.
out with the parking clerk. We
Because-
have allotted X amount, we can only use like 20 spaces at the top and 10 at the bottom, and we've got 30 over at the other building.
It
These are
only
kind of
becomes a
like
problem
one
if
of those
everyone
days
parks there. And I think
scenario.
everyone will, because if you're just driving to this church following GPS, I would do it. I'd just pull right into the top of the lot. It's open parking. I thought it was free, but maybe I just never paid attention. Maybe I only went there on days like Block Party or whatever where you could park there.
I think it's 2 hours free.
Yeah. So, I mean, whatever the case would be, you just worry that on-demand times,
Saturday morning?
Well, I don't know. Community development was concerned that your times were potential peak times. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I would think Saturday afternoon, Saturday night would be problematic.
And it could be revisited too.
Yeah. I mean, it's the type of thing too. Yeah, I mean, it would just basically say, encourage them to park elsewhere.
I'm
see
not
what you
I'm
can
not
do.
opposed to what you're suggesting. we're dialoguing on it, so.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, if you buy the lot across the street and you're, you know, the churchgoers know that that's a church lot,
Yeah.
that would be great. If you can't, just encourage them to park elsewhere. And then, like Paula said, we'd do a 1-year review on parking just to make sure. And if Saturday mornings, there's a good chance we don't need the parking Saturday morning. And if we don't, and they all park there, and it just happens that way, it's not a problem. In a year, no problem.
But I think you have to start out with some type of allotment.
Sure.
Yeah, 1 year.
So
Parking
I
review.
can say, you could come back to us with a plan, little conditions of that nature, of like how, based upon the recommendations that you saw from the letter about trying to utilize some of the Putnam Street and maybe in Mill Street to certain degrees, how you'd like to, between congregants who really need to be close and others who can walk a little bit, or,
So would it be easier to put that in conditions of approval?
yes, that's what we're saying.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
like, we would put a condition of approval of you submitting a plan after you talk with the parking clerk about how you could allocate, once you bring some information back to figure out, you know, how many spaces do we need really close, and
Sure.
I mean, in a perfect world, it's not a problem at all, no matter, it probably won't be. It's just, we have to plan for worst case scenario, and that's all we're doing.
Sure.
I'm not saying you have to purchase all of the parking spaces, it's just at least allocate a certain
Understood.
amount.
Sure.
So it's not like you're buying parking every month for 65 cars, you just have to, or a week.
Okay.
So kind of, you know, trying to work this out.
I understand.
There's a lot of unknowns, so we're all trying to accommodate everyone.
Right.
Like I said, it's probably going to end up being a net positive, just having people there
And-
and having people that, you
And
know, some people that
sometimes
are going to.
what happens later on, after a year or 2 years, that's like the applicant comes back and says, I haven't used these at all. Like, there really hasn't been a need, we found either something alternative, or again, the parking demand was not there.
Okay.
You know, so then they're able to drop the number that they had reserved
Okay.
previously. So it's not a permanent thing either, it can flex.
Great.
I just want to be, you know, perfectly honest and upfront with you that my feelings on this, it's not what I'd like to see in that spot, in all honesty. You know, I have absolutely nothing against churches downtown. There are many of them downtown, and there always has been. But I look at this property, and it's such a prominent spot on Main Street. It basically is the heart of Main Street. And from what I hear, you're not going to be doing any improvements at all to the frontage. It's going to look the same. It's not going to look occupied. And it's not going to look like retail. It's not going to look like storefronts. So people driving up Main Street for that long expanse, they're going to be saying, looks vacant.
We can do our best to make it warm and inviting.
I know you will.
It's been vacant for 10 years. We'll try to make it look better than
But I do want to
that.
let you know that I'm having a lot of trouble warming up to that issue of that on that spot. I do think no matter, I don't, even if you owned the parking lot in back of the property, because of people's nature, they're going to park right where they want to park. And with all the investments the city is making right now in Mill Street and in the Riverside Park, they're going to do nothing but grow. Most of their events are on Saturdays. They're going to be looking for parking. I just feel that there are so many other places in town that may better suit the location that you're looking for. And personally, my own personal opinion, one person on the board, I'd rather see retail there.
Understood.
I think
So
the board-
again, I'm going to have a lot of trouble, regardless of parking plans, personally approving it.
So we're only looking at parking, not the use at this. This is only for parking relief, not just saying it's not within.
It's an allowed use.
It's an exempted use.
I know it's an allowed use.
Yeah. No, I agree.
It's just that
I
rather see
certainly agree with you,
retail.
Peter. I can't fault you for it. It makes sense.
Anybody else have any comments? Nope. Questions? Alex, Alin? Mike?
I mean, it seems like Alex and Lynn are like of us.
Lynn? I look at Lynn.
My only concern is the parking situation. Other than that, I have no issues.
Can you bring up the letter again? Just with the recommendation at the end.
And I agree with Alex and what everyone else has said, the parking situation. I know there's a lot of things to do right at that corner. I know there's a lot of restaurants, escape rooms and whatnot that are drawing people to downtown, and on a nice Saturday, there's.
Keep going, the last one.
There's gonna
be
be.
the recommendation one?
So.
Here we go, recommend.
Your last paragraph, yeah.
Well, it wouldn't make sense to lease spots, like, for once, you know, like, then they can park there every Saturday and nobody can park there for the rest of the week.
Well, they can look at, he mentioned the non-reserved spots, so not specific spots.
But it still would be once a week.
I think you had the right
opposed to-
idea, Paula. We basically say, we encourage, or we require the church to encourage their congregation to park elsewhere other than the upper lot on Mill Street. We institute a one-year parking review so that we actually can see what it looks like. And then after that one-year period, then we mandate, if it's a problem, then you mandate that parishioners can't use the upper lot of Mill Street if it ends up being a problem, which again, I think is worst-case scenario. You know, and that will allow you to plan for worst-case scenario. You say, okay, you know, you have 1 week of services or 2 weeks of services and you have 70, 60 cars parked there. You say, oh, we're going to have a problem in a year. We need to mitigate this now. We need to encourage our parishioners to park across the street, 166 Boulder Drive, Putnam Street parking garage.
Carpool, bus.
Exactly,
Boulder,
wherever the case would be.
Sure.
It's not ideal, but you also, like I said, the first thing I wrote down was prohibit parking on the upper lot of Mill Street, but that's written in such a way that it's, A, it's not enforceable, and B, I don't think it's the right way to do things. You tying everyone that parks there to potentially going there. Yeah, no matter what you do, 10 cars might park there, so be it. What we don't want to happen is 70 cars parking there at one given time.
Sure, understood.
So I think that's how you handle it. You handle it with 1 year at 1 year, as long as the applicant understands. If it's a problem, we might sometimes say, you've created a problem, you have to tell your parishioners they can't park there, and we're going to enforce that.
Well, just
if it becomes a problem.
Submit a mitigation plan, like we mentioned.
I have,
alternatives.
as a condition, develop parking plan for parking to be in harmony with Tom S.'s letter.
Can you scroll up a little bit?
Yeah.
The other page, it was Putnam Garage. You purchase a permit for particular space.
Now, are you planning on, if you get access to parking across the street, are you planning on they access in the basement and they go upstairs?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is that going to be regardless if you get that parking?
Absolutely.
So I bet you a lot will park at Putnam Street too.
There's a
Especially if
ramp,
it's
there's
too
a
late
ramp
now.
there at well that comes right into the side door. It's essentially this handicapped access from either Boulder Drive or Main Street.
So you can get, is there an elevator? How do you get from lower level to upper level?
There's a ramp that where you saw that shack sign?
Yep.
There's a ramp.
Oh, along the side of the building, yes, yes,
That
yes,
ramp
yes.
doesn't go into shacks, it goes
Yes.
into this building.
Yes, right.
So you can come
I can
into
picture it now that you say that.
handicapped
I
access
was
from
talking
Main
about
Street.
that big door you see in the middle of the brick. So they're gonna go around the building and up to the side, okay.
That big door you see in the brick kind of come, and it's just half a flight.
Is your anticipation that's the main entrance, quote unquote?
No, I think the main entrance will be more on Main Street to address this gentleman's concern so that Main Street looks inviting and looks welcoming and people want to come in and, use the food pantry and, partake in the services. And,
Well, yeah, I mean, the only downside to that is if you make Main Street the quote unquote main entrance for your parishioners, then they have to park in the Mill Street garage.
No, because like you pointed out, we can talk to our parishioners.
Okay, good.
I'm talking about visitors, the GPS people you mentioned.
Good.
Yeah.
We'd like them to, clearly Main Street is much more attractive than that one door down there in the,
Right.
Regardless of where people park, we want the front to look good.
Absolutely.
Right. I mean, I would say certainly that, explore whatever you can do to, to beautify at least that front-facing part of Main Street. Because Peter's right. I mean, it's, you want to make it look, you want to make it look upkept. You want to make it look inviting. Whatever you can do to do that would certainly be appreciative.
Absolutely.
What's your timeline?
Well, because of the 20-day waiting period after tonight, we had to get an extension for our due diligence period.
It's just so you know, it's 20 days from when the permit's written.
This decision's
From when the
filed?
permit's written and stamped by the clerk, so it's going to be a lot more than tonight.
You let me know when it is.
Wow, you got to talk to that man down at the
Talk
end of
with
the
Mike.
table.
Mike's great. Mike does a great job for you. He represents you well. I'll work with Mike. But our due diligence period is supposed to end on July 7 and close on August 7. So we've extended the due diligence period, but not the closing date.
Okay.
Okay? So purchase could be August 7. Then we take that drawing you saw, turn that into construction drawings, go out to bid. So we're a ways away.
Is this a purchase or long-term lease?
Purchase.
Okay.
So-
Who's the current building owner? I didn't look it up.
It's a trust.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
So I'm just trying to think of timelines here for occupancy.
Oh, man, if we purchase 1st of August, September, October, November, February, March,
Not spring?
spring, sure.
Okay. I'm just trying to think of reasonable timeline.
If we can get materials.
Well, the
Well, I would like them to submit they can submit a tentative parking plan. Like, you speak to your person, like, this is kind of what
Sure.
this is how we think we've come up with it, and, okay, and then we'll revisit it in a year. But,
That's fine.
so
We really,
submit the
we really
plan
can't,
by,
we really can't go forward with the purchase without knowing there's parking, because
Oh,
we can't have a place of assembly with it. It's a chicken
Well,
and
I
egg,
think-
right?
and I think that part of it, and if anybody else has any other ideas, is putting it with these recommendations, just putting it back in your hands without us dictating, thou shalt have 10 spaces here,
Sure.
or 10
No, that's
spaces
fine.
there.
Yeah.
We want you to allocate what you think your needs could be, to mitigate the concerns of using one deck all at once.
Absolutely. No, it's understood.
So if you can come back with some type of
So you-
thing, I think
And
I'm
the-
okay with that.
The funny coincidence about that deck is it's the most used one. Like, it's the only one I ever use when I go to Main Street. So it's funny. I mean, Putnam's are fine, but it's just so kind of in the heart of what is happening with some areas of Maine. So
Yeah.
we just don't want it to be overtaken.
So it depends if anybody else has any other ways or thoughts on it.
No, I'm trying to understand how you can enforce it.
No.
Yeah.
But if you bring them back for the review.
It's not enforceable, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
No, it's parking relief with conditions of how they would provide.
So
We're
I
seeking
can,
100% parking relief, but we said, well, where they're going to park, we just want to make sure certain areas are not overwhelmed at certain times, is all.
and I can tell you, it is enforceable. If we make a one-year review and we'll know that, let's say, peak time, if it's a peak problem, that they're using, the majority of Mill Street, at that 1 year, because we have a special permit authority for parking, we can say, you cannot use Mill Street. But I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt between now and then to say, I don't think it's going to be a problem. Like you said, the time's going to use it, that you're going to encourage people to park elsewhere. All of these things, I don't think it's going to be a problem. But if it does, at that 1 year, we will then have the authority to say, okay, it's a detriment to other business owners on Main Street, so you have to park somewhere else.
Then just getting something in writing,
Because that's the only control we have right now, is
That's it,
parking.
right now.
And
Is
we
a
will hold that control.
obtaining something in writing is just a little bit more buy-in from
Sure.
the owner towards making it work.
Yep, we can submit that.
Okay.
Do I need to, just so I'm clear on timing, do I need to submit that, have you review that at another meeting, or
I don't think.
before I
No,
think
not
so.
before you need to do anything.
No.
This-
Okay, all
As
right.
long as you're comfortable
No.
with how you think you can mitigate the problem, those are all things that'll have to happen before you open.
Well, I can assure you that parking has been a huge discussion with the congregation. Okay, they own
It's like- yeah.
they own parking at Pratt Street. Just looking at this building, well, where do we park?
Right.
Okay, so it's in their forefront.
So I think you probably got some good people to bang that around with to try to.
Oh, yeah, no, they're aware of
So
this.
now that you've got some additional information on how you might,
Yeah,
be
you've
able to
not
start-
surprised me with your recommendation that we not clog up the Putnam Street garage.
Mill Street.
Mill Street, excuse me.
Putnam Street you can.
Okay. And apparently Boulder Drive as well.
Yeah, well, Boulder Drive, any part, I mean, with the exception of River Styx, there's tons of parking there.
It's just
on a
it's a little,
Saturday.
it's a little far away.
I understand. I was just saying, Boulder Drive,
That's
and
why
we
the
don't
one-
own it either.
Well,
FRA does, so
you
you'd
have-
have to talk
The
to
one
other
right
people,
behind at Zero Boulder Drive is very attractive. That's why we reached out to the owner of that.
Yep.
And that's why we may have a lease agreement there, which solves all of this.
Good.
So that's why we're not scared of it. But regardless of all that, we still need a special permit so we can have the A3 use.
Right.
and I guess we'll go under the assume that right now it approximates 65 spaces. You may figure
That's
it
what the code
differently, but at
requires, right,
least,
yeah.
well, that's what the community development director kind of figured based upon what you have here.
Yeah,
If
well,
things
that's-
change, I don't know.
Yeah,
you
no,
know,
that's
it's
what we're
kinda
planning on
like
building.
maintain
That's,
that,
believe that's
so-
been through 5 drawings, and is it big enough, and is it what we want? Yeah, well, that's where we're headed.
Good.
Okay,
All right.
so regards for that.
Which one has public
So let's
comment?
I just
Oh,
want to
I'm
put
sure
it,
there's not.
when you say, prior to occupancy of submitting this
Absolutely.
parking plan, maybe, I don't know, 30 days prior to or something like that.
Sure.
And the sooner you have it ironed out, the better it is. I mean, you can.
Well, I'll tell you, my thought is if I can turn this letter of intent into a lease agreement, if I come back with a lease agreement and a commitment to tell our members we need to park over there and not over here, I think I've met the intent of your request.
That 100%, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's where we'll try to go.
Yep.
I know there's probably no public comment, but do you want to ask so I can close the hearing?
Yes. Is there anybody in the public or audience, either in the audience physically or at home,
I don't think-
virtually?
There's only
have
one
any
attendee,
comments?
and I think it's for something else.
You're right.
All right.
My only comment would be, if I was a store owner and he brought me 200-plus people every Saturday, I would be dancing the jig.
Maybe the coffee shop will really benefit.
Maybe coffee shop.
Coffee shop, clothing store, toys, because they're all families.
Yeah.
So,
All right. That being said,
Make
no
a
other
motion to
further
close the
comment?
public hearing.
And any other further comments from departments, Mike?
Just the usual no objection from
Okay.
building, Fitchburg PD.
Nick, since he's here?
Nick is not, I shouldn't say
No,
that.
I
I'm on-
think he's
hold
still
on, I'm on-
senior.
He is.
No objection.
Okay.
No objection for me.
All
Thanks,
right,
Nick.
thank you.
Make a motion to
Thanks.
close the public hearing.
Motion's been made to close the hearing. All those in favor say aye.
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 Was there a second? Yes,
Second.
there was a second.
You can just put me for the second all the
Okay.
time. if you want.
I'll make a motion to approve the special permit for Seventh-day Adventist Church, 424 Main, parking relief, subject to the following conditions, that the church services and the assembly area not to be used simultaneously, to explore parking leases at Putnam or elsewhere, to encourage parking, I wrote this many different times. I wrote this so many different times that they're gonna keep, let me just, 1 year parking review from the date of occupancy, develop a parking plan for parking off-site, to be in harmony with the letter that Tom Sorofsky wrote, community development, and
30 days prior to occupancy.
right, and
yeah.
to, again, these are all tied in together, but to dissuade church patrons from using the upper deck of Mill Street parking garage.
Okay, and I know the first condition you said about simultaneously, but I think just large events, that's all. Just don't take the word of, you can't, like you said, say 5 people here. and-
Right. You just,
The meaning,
not two
the
large
intent
functions
is
at
that
once, yeah.
large functions is all.
Yeah, I mean,
I was just trying to keep within the parking. Either that or you accommodate them some more.
well, the other thing I was thinking of, and I don't want to muddy this too much, but a cap, an upper cap of, 500 people or whatever, and I don't even know what the number would be, but you'd still have to talk to fire about what your cap is anyway. but-
The room has its own occupancy, sure. I mean, its own capacity.
Yeah,
Right.
right.
Issues
That's
like
fine,
that.
that's fine. Again, don't need to get any messier than it
Okay.
is.
All right, that being said, is there a second?
Second?
A motion's been made with a second. Roll call, all those in favor say aye, all those opposed say oppose. Alex?
Aye.
Lynn?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. Laura?
Aye.
Great. I almost didn't read my name. I'm just going,
Mike,
who's
if you
that?
can make a special note somewhere, especially because you will not be here when it happens, most likely.
Darn tootin', I
About,
won't.
what?
I said.
About the one-year
darn
parking
tootin',
review?
I won't. Yes. Now, that's 1 year from the date.
1 year
of the-
from occupancy, so that might kind of complicates things, but, because he even said it's gonna take them a while for build-out, so you can't do 1 year from the issuance of special permit, because they won't even be using it.
No, but from the occupancy permit.
Right.
I think is the way to go.
Right, I'm just saying it's tough for you, because there's no date you can put in a calendar right now. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
But again, if it becomes a problem, we'll know about it anyway, and then we can review.
I think if it's a problem, you'll know about it in 4 months.
Exactly,
And you'll call me up
exactly.
and say, we had a problem.
Yep.
So.
And do certainly wish you luck. Hopefully, everything works
Thank you very
out well
much.
for you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
On the agenda, there was a couple things, it's on the list, but I can't see it.
Mike's got something, right?
Oh, there's one, on the revised Dropbox link, we're waiting on a parking plan for a gentleman who is still here. Kenzie is the first name, if you can see.
Yep.
To reestablish a 3-family on 58 Holt Street. And there's a plan. I have paper copies of it as well that I can
We
pass
should do the
around.
minutes.
And minutes as well. Just one set of minutes.
Hold on one second. I do
Other
have the
items,
most recent one.
Other items.
No, but I'm looking for Holt Street. It's not in there.
Check.
It's not Holt, it's 76 Summer.
No, it's not.
Well, that was a different one.
Not
We-
76
Well,
Summer.
I didn't get the other one you're talking about, Holt Street, so.
Oh, right here.
That's it.
So this is, all right. Paula, can we do this?
What do you mean, do with this?
Can I unmute this person and figure out what we're looking at here?
And if it has anything to do with not meeting dimensional requirements, they should go to ZBA for reinstatement, if it's been abandoned.
Right, but they're not going to hear it until we do parking, so I can't think.
Yes, but I'm just saying that's not for us to reinstatement. It could be, depends, if the parking already exists and not being created, then it doesn't need a site plan from us. They just go to ZBA, if there's already parking there.
Yeah, I got you.
It's really creation
So
of
Mike,
parking.
why is this in front of us?
The person is trying to reestablish that 3-family. I believe there's, well, you can unmute them and see exactly how many bedrooms. On the first floor, 1 bedroom, second
Well,
floor,
Did
1
they get
bedroom.
did they get a determination first?
Yes, and there's a determination letter that is mislabeled because I just tried to open it and it's not a determination letter. But it basically said special site plan from the planning board for the parking, like you guys have
that's it.
seen
All right,
a
that's
lot
what I
of
want to make
recently.
sure what it's here for, is the site plan, okay.
So we have 4 90-degree spaces on the left-hand side, as you can see. There's a garage, I think a 3-bay parking garage there. There's other spaces if you do tandem in front of the parking garage.
I mean, this is
It
not
looks
for
like
approval,
there's
we're
plenty
just,
of space.
wait a minute, are we not approving this tonight? We're just looking at it as a FYI for them to submit, giving them some feedback, correct? Because I haven't visited the site or anything, it's just seriously.
Right, and I know, we just got the
Not gonna throw it on the agenda
plan
tonight.
with the spaces delineated this afternoon.
Yeah, it's also not even signed by the architect, which is, I wonder why.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with, haven't even looked at anything yet,
So,
feedback.
do you want to give some quick feedback? Do you want me to unmute this person?
You can.
Okay.
But it's.
Mackenzie, is that what it is? Mackenzie.
Just
Sorry.
different spelling.
Mackenzie, you are unmuted. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Okay, so you understand what we were saying, right? We got this very last minute. We didn't do a site walk. We don't know anything about it, so we probably aren't prepared to make any determination?
Yeah.
Yeah, so April 17th, I purchased this house under the assumption it was a 3-family. It was approved before for a 3-family. When my contractor went to go pull the permits to finish the front deck, they said it was considered abandoned. or should I say unoccupied. When I did further investigation, well, I did everything I was supposed to do. They said, well, in order to get a permit to fix the porch and some other things, I need to come through you to make sure it's reassigned to be a 3-family. Because it was already originally approved before to be a 3-family.
So you understand, though, I mean, from the zoning determination, we would just be looking at the site plan. We're not reestablishing the use, that's through another board.
So how would I get to, my question is, how would I get it
We're
to
going to be
reassigned?
looking at the parking, and the parking has everything to do with how many bedrooms you have in the units.
Yeah, so the first floor is 2-bedroom, and the 2 upper floors have 1 bedroom.
Okay. That's definitely doable.
The first have 2 bedrooms?
Yeah, and the 2 upper floors have 1 bedroom each.
Right, but here's the thing, and Mike pointed this out to me before, unless it's a multifamily, that doesn't apply. 3 families need 2 spaces. So it's
Right, but there's
6.
also a garage there, too.
So there's 6 spaces that are needed.
Right. So,
Just saying, you'd have to show a minimum of 6 parking spaces for that, for a 3-family.
Well, you got 4 on the side, there's at least 2 spaces in the garage.
And there's other ways, and there's still space to park 2 more cars, at least 3.
what number Holt is this? I have...
58.
I have a million things in my
huge house.
thing going here. All right.
There's definitely 6 parking spaces there.
That being said, then why are they here for us for site plan? Because if they have the parking spaces, they don't, no, not everyone has to come for a site plan if the spaces exist.
Oh, yeah, and the parking lot
Oh,
looks like it was
wow.
recently paved from the aerial, too.
That's a pretty house.
There's 3, it looks like there's 3 garage bays?
Correct.
Yeah, so there's
So you
3
have 3
garage...
garage space? So,
Yeah.
because on the parking plan, also, there's one space, there is a space that's too close to the curb, and then you also have a huge opening. Similar to what we just dealt at Highland Street.
Right. Paul, if you, yeah, that kind of gives you a good view there.
You know what I'm saying? That
Yes.
some part of it should be closed off, I mean, the whole driveway, the driveway width. However, here's something to think about. If you wanted to be creative, you could
Yep.
do, I guess you
Yep.
could do a stacked parking for a unit.
Well, you don't have to. 3 in the garage,
And
4...
with 3 units, you're able to back out of the driveway.
Right, but she has.
You have 3 in the garage. If you get rid of PS1 and you have 3 there, 3 in the garage, you have
Yeah.
plenty.
Because you got PS1's too close.
Well, I see, that's what I was going to say, was it's not 3 feet from the property line, which
Right,
which
that's
we
what
can
I'm
talk
saying, it's
about.
too close to the sidewalk. And to be parking in that way is kind of challenging. Who's going to park
You'd
in that
move all
direction?
4 of them to the, further up
Yeah.
and make it 3 feet.
Right, you could, yeah, because it looks like you have 3 feet at the top there, so you just move them all up. I mean, either way, it's easily doable.
Yeah.
There's certainly no issue with that whatsoever. Do you know why your engineer didn't sign this plan?
No, I have the one, so I have the other one that's, I could resubmit the one that's signed.
And where's the zoning determination, Mike?
I scanned it, but I think I put the,
It's
else entitled.
It's the GIS image.
I just want to make sure it's all, what the course of action is for the individual.
If I go into viewpoint, is it in there, Mike?
Should be in there, yeah.
I can do that.
Maybe I have it here too. Okay. Need to apply for the following permits. Building permit from the building department, certificate of inspection from building, C of O from building, site plan approved by the planning board.
So they don't need.
They don't, why would they not need, oh, because they're going to renovate?
They're going to renovate more than X amount, so it's just through the building commissioner's office?
Well, no, because isn't this building, I mean, you paid a lot of money for this building. Isn't this building pretty much renovated?
So only thing that's missing, so literally it's like the bathrooms and the front porch.
So it's not a gut renovation, so why is it not required, if it's an abandoned, if it's not an abandoned use, why are we doing this? And if it is an abandoned use, then why isn't the ZBA reinstituting the use?
He doesn't know.
No, I know,
So
I'm
it's-
asking Mike. I know the applicant doesn't, because it's
So
one
from
or the
my
other.
understanding-
Either it's a gut renovation, or if it's been abandoned, it's either a gut renovation or a site plan from us with parking relief and a special permit with the ZBA, is
I
it
mean,
not?
3 families do qualify for site plan underneath the site plan section, but if not, he's not creating any new parking, he just repaved what was there in parking lot.
Was the pavement done when you bought it, or did you repave it?
Everything was done before.
Yeah,
prior
see,
when I got the house.
I mean, you paid like a lot. Wasn't it almost 600,000 you paid for this?
Bingo, yes. So I paid, so 605. So my issue is
605,
that-
yeah. I'm a real estate appraiser. I saw the transfer. So everything was
yeah, so
done,
the
Paul.
thing
So
is
my
that
point
I'm
is,
paying all this-
I'm completely okay with approving this if he just bumps those up to take the gap at the top of PS4 and switch that with at the bottom of PS1 and provide a sign plan to Mike, because everything's been done.
I'm fine with that, too.
I just don't understand why he's even here, was what
And
I was getting at.
And he should stripe them.
Yeah, so
They know, otherwise you don't even know the orientation, they're just gonna pull
Because I
it
tried to get a
straight.
building permit, they were like, well, I have to go through this process again.
Okay,
So I
so
can-
Mackenzie,
I can-
I'm going to make it very easy on you. Have your engineer you see how there's a blank space above this PS4 space?
Yes.
Just
those
move that to the boundary between PS1 and the property line, because the first parking space has to be at least 3 feet from the property line.
Okay.
So swap that space and then stripe them on your physical lot, because it doesn't look like they're striped, I don't know. Stripe them on the lot as it exists today, and show just show the parking spaces in the garage. Say garage space 1, garage space 2, garage space 3. So you can show that you have at least 6 parking spaces.
Okay.
And then if you do that, I am okay with conditioning it on you providing that to Mike, so you don't need to wait till the middle of August for us to meet again.
So just take a picture of the 3 garage spaces.
No. Have when your engineer swaps that gap where PS4 is, to show at the bottom of the property line between the parking space 1 and the property line, have him just, or you can write into the plan, garage space 1, garage space 2, garage space 3, showing that those are your parking spaces for the units.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, just say 3 garage spaces, X by X, 8 by
Okay.
whatever,
Yep.
in the garage.
And submit that parking plan signed, because this isn't signed or dated. So submit that parking plan signed to Mike, and if you did everything that looks good, like we just talked about, Michael tell you okay.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah, so again, so let me reiterate. So have them push up PS4 a little bit up and just draw
All 4 spaces,
Shift
push
all
them
4 of them
up,
up.
so that there's a
Yes.
gap between the property line and the first parking space.
Yeah, 3-foot gap.
At least 3 feet or more.
Okay. And then draw the.
You got to show at least 2 more spaces, because you have 4. You got to have 6 for a 3-family. So show at least 2 more spaces, and just do them in the parking garage, in your garage. Just say, this is parking space 5, this is PS6, whatever you want to do. Keep it consistent with what you already have.
All right.
Sound good?
That is, so that way I can go back to so that I can go to the inspector and, I mean, the permit board and go get a permit after I submit that.
Once you submit this revised plan,
You submit
yes.
the revised plan, we will provide a written decision that you can provide to the building commissioner.
Okay, and how long does that usually take after I complete everything?
This is pretty simple.
Yeah, it
I'd say
shouldn't-
probably by the end of the week, really. I'll get it
Could be
over
by
to
the
you.
end of the week, depends how quickly you can get the plan done.
So I'll call the surveyor tomorrow and call the engineer tomorrow to push it up.
Okay.
And I'll call building tomorrow too, Mackenzie, just give them a heads up that this happened, so.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, make a motion to approve, subject to
Patient
the
man.
renovations, the changes to be presented to Mike.
Motion's made.
Second.
With a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Great.
Good luck.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Go.
You too.
And if there's no one here for Summer Street, let's not hear it.
This was only,
FYI.
actually, the same engineer was the first A&R plan, but do you remember back a month ago?
Yeah,
or-
but
no,
is
more
anybody,
than that.
is anybody here for it?
No, there isn't anyone
Okay.
here.
This is an
Moving on.
but it's an FYI, and it's a pretty big project.
It is.
Yeah, and I have notes on it from our economic development meeting.
I know, but we have minutes and
But
we
they
passed
know-
our time.
Okay,
They know they won't be getting to that until August.
okay. And they certainly know what, I haven't looked at the new plan, but,
So look underneath other and see what's critical, because we're way past our
At
10
your
o'clock.
leisure, yeah.
okay.
I'd like to have just approved the minutes at least, so unless there's anything else in the box.
Yeah, well, you can do that. Whatever your changes, I'll go with, because I didn't even look at them. I didn't have
In the
time.
other, what's in the other,
I didn't have time to.
since I can't,
Hold on, I'm pulling it up. I just gotta get the right email here. Planning board.
oh, there is the MJTC appointment.
Yep.
I thought Elaine, weren't you attending those?
No, I do the MRPC.
Oh.
Right.
The other one is in the middle of the workday and I can't get away.
Okay.
I did notice quite a few names on that list you sent, although it was dated 2 years ago. There were a lot of people I
Is
knew
there
on that list.
anybody else who'd like to volunteer for MJTC?
I don't have the time to do that.
I know, I didn't realize I was still the
Perfect. Then you're attending as often as I am.
time to do it either.
I didn't realize I was still there.
Yeah.
Fine.
I mean, and yeah, I was gonna say, and we can leave it blank too.
Just
I mean,
nominate Paula.
It's fine, just continue with me
All
not
right.
going.
I'll put that in the form of a motion.
Now I'll try to go a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, if
All right.
anything, if there's anything major and you
In
wanna
the form
go.
of a motion, nominate Paula. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Well, I actually said aye. didn't
I was
actually
just gonna say
decide
I to
on that.
oppose, just in
Opposed,
solidarity
right?
for you,
No.
Paula.
And then on the minutes, I did just have a couple comments on the
I
minutes.
saw a Mr. Karen at the,
Minutes. Well, the
Yeah,
minutes
but
are under the
you
minutes.
did not
folder.
see it on Mr. Keck, did you?
no,
Okay. I made
Thank you.
positive of that.
Hold on 1 second.
Minutes. I have minutes, May 24th.
Yeah, no, I don't think
I just
I
had a
got time. I gotta go
couple-
through this and start weeding out some of these old things, because, no, I have April 26th, which we did, right?
Yep, that's
Yep.
approved already.
Yeah, because we have to, want to be able to approve them so they can get them up. I've got a comment on page 1, towards the bottom, just this motion made, Mr. Fontaine seconded, Ms. Keck, to determine that this is not a minor, add the word modification, but a major modification, and thus requires a new notice and hearing is fine. What is it? One more thing. Page 2, under 4 unit 147 Daniel Street, I just added, it said no one present, and then I put, the application was initiated in December 2021.
One message I would want anyone that's
Just to put a frame of reference that this permit started in 2021.
Wow.
Is that it?
And then on page 3, board comments for this 172 Lunenburg Street. There was a couple things after the board, in the board comments says, Brian, it's in a commercial zoning district. Board, perhaps provide only 2 parking spaces. I put comma, narrow driveway opening and provide elevations compatible with residential neighborhood. Which he did, but that was what we said. And then under page 5, which was Mad River Solar, there are 2 redundant bullet points underneath the conditions. Planting should be monitored, and those are already mentioned in the first couple bullets.
oh, look at that.
And that's all I had.
Make a motion to approve as amended.
Second.
Most made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? All right, I will forward them to you, Mike.
Thank you, Paul.
2 things. Mike, did you talk to Steve Senna yet about, if you guys haven't seen, Meadowbrook is all cleared, Canton Street? And I was curious, I thought there was a tree buffer. I don't know. But right up against some of the houses. No, it might not be. It might just be my memory. I just assumed that there was.
There was, but I'm not sure that he cut all the way to the property line
longer?
either.
Yeah, like I said, the 2 houses, the house he used to own and the one next to it are like you look through their backyard and you see right into the site. But anyway, and then, so in that case, you haven't talked to him about the other issue either?
I'll give,
The other one,
I'll
Mount,
give Steve a call
was Mount
about
Elam the other issue?
Responding to the comments that Ty and Bond made.
That's what it was, the tie and bond stuff that he never
Years
got
ago.
to. Yeah,
'Cause that was a
and,
condition of the extension that they needed to, and West Bliss at Whitman and Bingham has made him aware of that, and he, you know, he knows he has to come back. He just hasn't been authorized, meaning I will
He
pay
hasn't
you,
paid him,
Whitman
right.
and Bingham, in order to make changes to the plan.
right, okay.
All right.
Does anyone know what is going on South Street or Wellen Street?
South- Which one?
Yeah,
Talking about the Guido's place, the one that up on the hill that
yeah.
he gave us two conceptual plans. One was 6 townhouses, and one was,
Neither one of which was very good.
Right.
He was going to come to a development review meeting. He never did.
yeah. Long and
So-
short is nothing yet. There were 2 plans. There were townhouses and there was a commercial building. And they both kind of were like
Then I heard auto.
jammed
yeah, I
jammed
heard-
in there.
But then I heard like autos or something.
Yeah, I've heard that too. But I'm just like,
Where is this?
Those auto
The,
dealership.
the site that they did, kind of the
Up
U-shape,
behind
they built that big
Romano's?
platform,
No.
next to,
Walk-in dental?
You're going
Oh,
south
oh,
on Whalen
all right.
Street,
I was
just
thinking
before
of
you
the
come to
other-
Old
Whalen
South,
Street?
Oh, yeah.
bypass, left-hand side.
he
So
did
we're
that U-shaped
we're
turn,
speculating.
entry and.
Oh, and it's just sitting up
It's-
high.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
perfectly
it's just
flat
been
at the top.
excavated,
Yeah.
but with nothing further.
So that he did talk about coming before us, but who knows?
I don't know much, other than hearsay
Yeah.
at this point.
There are, for the board's, just for future information, because something will most likely happen, there are a lot of interesting pieces of land that are under agreement. One is property on Pearl Hill Road and West Townsend, New West Townsend Road that we've talked about forever, 250 acres.
Oh, that over
They
55
came-
proposal
Yeah, they came
long
back, at
ago.
one point, they were in front of us for 300 houses.
Yeah.
At one point, they had talked about a campground. Anyway, that's under agreement. That's due to close next month, I think. No one, obviously don't know who the buyer is. Did you see my response to Joan Goodwin today? The property on Franklin Road that they just cleared is under agreement, which has a contract date, anticipated closing date of next April 2023.
This is Oak Hills country?
Yeah, it's under agreement. They said they have 8 A&R lots conceptual.
Oh, they
there.
don't? Oh,
No,
conceptually.
conceptual. Engineered plan. It's on the listing. It's under agreement. I think it's listed for
Interesting.
300 or 400,000.
So that must be
Oak Hill owns
property
it.
that Oak Hill
Mhm.
owns it, but doesn't have it in 61B.
Yep.
Or else they'd have to,
Maybe that's why it's dated so far in the future. Maybe it is 61B. Maybe that's why it's next April. I don't know. But anyway, there's quite a few. And then what Paula had talked about that we're going to do next time is the corner of Summer Street and Beacon Street, sea of pavement. They had a conceptual plan for 16.
multifamilies, I think it's 16 or
16
more units.
And that was provided to the board in the packet.
Well, they came,
Yeah, that
they
was
said 16
one
units, and
bedroom.
Andy said in the
I
Economic
didn't even
Development
know.
meeting, Councilor Van Hazinga said, as many units as you can fit in there, and their eyes lit up. So,
Is that the parking lot?
yeah, next to
it's all
Crown Point.
pavement
Crown Point
now.
owns it, so Sean Morrison
At
owns
least
it
the,
now, and he's selling it to these
the rendering
developers,
looked like a
not
Mansard
local
style.
people.
Oh, what style?
But they've built a bunch of buildings that looked very nice.
I
They
would
showed
say-
us some.
Well, it's in the packet.
buildings that they
like
built,
a,
very
say Mansard, So
contemporary.
it's like pretty tall, and then it's
Oh.
got like, on the third story, it kind of juts out a little bit, and then
That
it's
piece
got
of
dormers.
property's been for sale a long time.
It's kind of a little classic architecture. It kind of mimics some of the housing styles that are around there, too.
Are you talking about their elevation?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a mansard style roof. It's kind of, yeah. I like did you see, you were at that meeting? Were you at, when they showed the ones that they built in Cambridge or wherever, and they were like the contemporary.
West of that.
Yeah, contemporary, like multicolored, multi-textured.
yes.
They were very interesting. They might not have fit there, but they were very interesting.
Yeah.
So, but anyway.
Just the Central Street and Air did several units, and they were very contemporary looking. I was like, wow.
So there was some, Ellen had brought up, as well as others, about 579 South Street project.
Yeah.
Because
I
it
was
looks
gonna
like
ask
the
about that.
residential
I did
portions.
realize, while I can talk about this now, I am technically in a butter because I technically own my father's house. now that I sold my office, I didn't think I was in a butter, so if it's in public, I will recuse myself, just so
We're
everyone
not
knows.
voting on anything, we're just saying.
No, I'm saying, because we will at some point, I'm sure, have them in front of us.
Well, I don't know, we're just saying that there's been an inquiry because of the amount of dirt that's there.
Yeah, and it's
So-
growing now.
Did you see Mike's response? Did you see
Yes.
his?
I got a response right away
Yeah,
from,
so I'm just saying, we inquired and we got a
partner.
response, and
That was
also.
amazing.
we're
4 weeks.
Inquiring because they have to build a sidewalk connection, and the sidewalk to the, connection to the existing sidewalk that goes down to the corner of Electric.
Yes.
I didn't understand what he meant, though. We're going backwards. They're going to start at the sidewalk and go back? Is that what he meant?
I wondered about the going backwards thing too. I think once they do the paving for the parking in front of the multifamily building, then they'll basically, install the driveway entrance and the apron, and then start the, clear, and then build the sidewalk up to Ashley Ridge.
Was that like okayed for just asphalt, or, because I wasn't involved in that permitting, was that concrete and granite, or?
I don't think it's specified, but I went back and saved all of the minutes, and there were many over the past year, so I'll look through that to see whether it's
Is
specification.
the multifamily almost done? I haven't really seen people working there.
Off and
Well, I
on.
think they're inside now.
It's closer.
it?
That's,
Yeah.
that's why I wanted to.
There was a
kinda
lot of trucks there at one point, and
shoot
then all of a
across the
sudden.
bow and say, hey, remember, you got to do this, right? Because you're not getting a CO unless,
Yeah.
it's done.
That pile of dirt is something.
Yep.
Right, you're just across the
Oh,
street.
yeah, every time I pull
right?
out of Novel Ave, there it is. Now it's got greenery growing. I'm like, oh.
Yep.
Oh, gee. So if any board member has questions about projects or things or activities, feel free to, we can send an email, send it to Mike, CC Paul and I.
As long as it's not more than 3 of us, meaning more than 3 board members.
Yeah, that's why we're like, at least send it to Mike. Mike, we can probably get a response or at least inquiry about what's going on with some activities.
There might be something coming in about 80 South Street, if you remember that, the old convent.
Oh, yeah, I just saw that
Oh.
resold.
Oh.
That would be nice to see that back in service.
Yes, it would.
As long as we're on South Street, nothing happening, as far as I know, with the Notre Dame buildings, even though those were
Wondering
sold
about Notre Dame.
back some months ago. We had a preliminary conversation with the folks who bought it about renovating that into residential.
And I have
Heard boo since.
to say, I drove up on Williams to go see those trees, and I was like, look at the nice pavement.
Yeah.
It was an
Isn't it so
alpine, I'm like, I
bumpy?
just had to continue to drive around. They did a nice job up there. That was definitely needed.
Mhm.
Did.
Oh, that's nice.
Mike, I just sent you a picture of 424 Main Street, it's the bottom portion of that, conditions.
Oh.
Because that's
okay,
the only
good,
one I didn't
thanks.
give you.
Right.
So, are we all set? We just want a bond now.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'm not even going to ask for opposed.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Dan. Oh, gavel, Paula.
Oh, thank you.